14 months. 14 months. Where does the time go to Square? Speaking of to Square and how awesome he is with his fucking subscription, supporting the stream. I was about to say something asinine because sometimes my mouth just goes. I was about to be like supporting the community, but that's not even true. The community is like its own whole beast at this point. But yeah, speaking of which, I've got your trench foot on the print plate as we speak. Should be going out to you here before long. 17, and now we got 17. Now we got 17 months. Hamburg, thank you so... Hamburg, holy crap, man. Thank you in particular for your support of the stream. It is above and beyond. Speaking of above and beyond, holy moly, could we get a... Wait, hold on. Do we have mods? Do we have mods tonight? Is that something we're doing? We might not. We might not. I might have to do something for myself. We do? Oh my god, Riot Sister, would you shout out Wombat Combat Prime, that beautiful, beautiful man. Oh my god. Playing Timberborn and painting Thousand Suns and just having a grand old time doing it. The Cookie Mama dropping 100 bits, getting that just fueling up that hype train. Where's it going? I don't know. Are there even any tracks? We couldn't afford them. How you doing, Darksider? Thanks so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the fucking shit show, my friend. So we're gonna be working again on our Conquest household nights. And I said, you know, I keep doing this. I keep being like, well, we're gonna do this on Tuesday and this on. But you know what? I feel inspired to work on this right now, and I need to seize that inspiration. You have to seize it in the moment. Don't let it go. Work on things when you have it, unless you have no choice but to do something else. I'll show you where I got with the one we were working on last time, and I'm glad that we did it, because it helped me make some decisions for where we're gonna go with these particular pieces. And I'm gonna see how much work I can get done in one painting session tonight. Because I really, really want to get these household nights to a point where it's like I can sit down and over a couple hours just go bam, 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 get one done. And with any luck, maybe I can then do one a day until I'm fucking done, because in theory, that's only about a week. It's only about a week's worth of painting. I'm going to sit here and drink my coffee for a second. And I have this lovely Kirkland Signature natural white cheddar cheese with sea-salted roasted almonds and dried cranberries. Cheese, fruit, and nut. Snack pack. These things seem so healthy, it's disgusting. I'm trying to eat these instead of, like, gummy bears and shit. One painting session with oils is only 2 hours. Oh, shut up, Grim Nation. Oh, god damn it. For you. Everything is relative. Grim Nation's so fucking talented, it makes me want to throw up. How you doing today, man? It's good to see you. Darksider, hitting that tier 1 sub. Wow, right off the bat. Well, shit, man. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support. Where we're going, we don't need roads. These are nice, though. They have, like, just some nuts and some berries and some little pieces of cheese, and you can just kind of, you know, like a little squirrel. How you doing, Kaylee? Welcome in. Smack Weasel, waiting on Crimson Angel now. Oh, my God. How you doing today, Smack Weasel? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for the sub, man. Thank you for the support. I really, really appreciate all the support you guys give me. Smack Weasel forced you to, ooh, subscribed under duress. My god. That might be the first of those we have. I have no idea how Matt Mercer hasn't murdered his players. Well, Roland, they did boot a guy off pretty early on, didn't they? I don't remember his name. I'll be honest with you, I don't really follow... Like, I follow Critical Role at a distance, but I've watched, like, little bits of it here and there. But there was one dude they had on real early on that became a real fucking problem, and they kicked him out of the group, and they, like, wrote his character out of everything. And he tried to, like, spin off with his own character into something. He tried to be like, well, my character's gonna go have his own series, and it just went fucking nowhere, because nobody gave a shit. It was pretty funny. You might not find it funny, but know that I indulge heavily in Schadenfreude, which is the German word for finding pleasure in the pain of others. How's everybody liking the Legend of Vox Machina, by the way? I still haven't watched it. I haven't even started it. I've heard good things. I did start watching The Bad Batch on Disney Plus. I was bored and there was nothing else on. I didn't want to put in a DVD, even though I have multiple things right now on DVD I need to be watching. So I decided I'd try The Bad Batch. I like it more than I thought I would. I like it more than I like the 4 episodes of the Clone Wars Season 7 that introduced The Bad Batch quite a lot. I think they kind of found their place. I still think that Big Dumb Clone is fucking stupid. Like, not stupid in the way that he's written, but stupid in a conceptual sense. Like, why is he so much objectively dumber than the other clones? I get that they made him bigger and stronger, but why would they make him dumber? Like, that dumb. And it's this weird juxtaposition of tone, like it's, oh, me big dum-dum, me have stuffed animals, and then in the next scene, it's like, what is it? The one guy's like, oh, you don't have what it takes to murder children, well, I do, and shoots the guy in the back, and then they light children on fire with a flamethrower. Like, that happens in the show. That happens is like Clone 5 from Multiplicity. She touched my peppy Steve. Fucking Multiplicity. There's a movie I haven't thought about in a while. Yeah, kind of. Thank you for that. Thank you for that memory. I do like Jango Fett. I think that's an interesting idea. And even though none of the science in Star Wars makes sense, if you put some thought into that, it actually does make decent sense. Because you can technically have an unmodified genetic clone of a male that is a female. Since I believe the Y chromosome is just a shortened X chromosome. So you can have all of the genetic data of a male and then duplicate the data from the complete X chromosome into the Y chromosome to have 2 X's. And technically nothing's changed, but they will be female. Now, I realize that doesn't matter. I realize none of the science in Star Wars matters, even a tiny little bit. I'm just saying, it fits. Yeah, Riot Sister, all men are just broken women. Yeah, I get it. Thank you guys so much for the hype train, getting the day started off on the right foot. Automat Americana, welcome in. Ren Momo, it is good to see you. And yeah, like, I immediately, as soon as I heard her accent, as soon as she shows up, she's like, my name's Omega, and she's got the Kiwi accent, I'm like, there's only one, like, I went all Dark Helmet on it, like, there's only one man in the galaxy with a Kiwi accent, and that's Jango Fett. Like, really. I don't know why his accent is genetic, but okay, and yeah, Automat, and that's what gets me, is the wild juxtaposition of tone in The Bad Batch, where literally in one episode, there are characters first wrestling over the moral implications of, and then lighting children on fire with a flamethrower. Off screen, yes, but it does happen. Explicitly, it happens, which is so dark, like really dark, even for me. Oh yeah, no, I totally see that, Roland. I would, if their plan is to bring Omega into the later continuity, like they're doing with all their animated characters, you know, where they're like, oh, and then they show up in The Mandalorian. Cast Frankie Adams, please, cast Frankie Adams. I want to see that so bad. Get her own suit of Mandalorian armor. It would be pure fan service. And you know the fan that it would be servicing? This guy. Ooh, actually, that's awkward phrasing. I'm not saying that Frankie Adams should service it would be Kathleen No, I think it would be a good idea. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. That seems nice and neutral to me. Let me finish my fruit and nuts and cheese. Who would Tom Jane play? Who should Tom Jane play in the Star Wars universe? I don't give a shit who. I just want him in it. Do you think we're gonna get Eli Vanto? I'm kind of curious about that. It's because Gaunt's Ghost is a great series. Ren Momo, I maintain that Gaunt's Ghost is a great series up through... What's the book where it's a haunted house? What's the Gaunt's Ghost book? Somebody in chat knows. The Gaunt's Ghost book where they go to a fortress, and without giving it away any details, it's basically a big haunted house story. It's more than that, but that's sort of the premise. What's it called? It's a particular book. It's fairly late in the series. I can't remember now. Welsh Miniac, thank you so much for the follow. Dude, your fucking Instagram is... Your Instagram is fucking out of control. Welsh Miniac, do me a favor. Do me a favor and link your Insta in chat for me. Pretty please.
Keep eating your cheesy nuts.
Necropolis is the... It's not Necropolis, though. No, it's... Because it's after, like, Vervenhive and everything like that. It has to be, like, book... Either way, I feel like that was the last good story in it. Everything after that has been kind of just going around in circles. But the thing is that even when Gaunt's Ghost gets bad, it's still pretty good. Like, the worst Gaunt's Ghost book just has a few parts in it where I'm like, it doesn't really make sense. It never really gets to a point where I hate it. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna do something real quick. Let's go to this overlay, and then let's real quick go whoop over to this one. And let's have a look at Welsh Miniac's pretty fucking awesome Instagram over here. He was talking, we were over in Matt Yee's stream earlier, and Welsh Miniac was asking about taking photos. Which, I have to say, Miniac, I find it a little ironic, because genuinely your photos are already better than like 90% of many photos that I see. But dude, you're a pretty prolific painter. You've been just hammering through Age of Sigmar, it looks like. I'm trying to go back until I find, like, some really shitty photos you've taken. So I could be like, here's when he started taking it seriously. Alright, white background. I'm not a huge fan of it, but these are still good photos. Still good. It's, you know, it's on the countertop. Countertop photos are to be avoided for the most part. You have countertop with some really warm light. Yeah, all the way at the bottom. I'd say we have to go all the way to the bottom, Welsh Maniac, before we get to a photo where I'm like, this isn't a great photo, but this is still... I would put this in over 50%. Over the top 50% of many photos. So at this point, you're just refining, man. At this point, you're just refining, and I maintain that it's just get yourself some nice soft lighting, you know? And maybe futz with your camera settings a little bit. Just drop your ISO real low. Get your f-stop. You don't really need to worry about your f-stop too much. Have it around like 7 or so. You don't have to get it much higher than that until you're taking pictures of multiple minis at the same time. But really, man, you're doing fine. Again, just soften your lighting a bit, and it's just because we do get some kind of heavy shadows on these. And the way I do it is I've got 2 lights positioned at what would probably be 60 degrees to either side, and then 1 light directly on top. And with 3 soft lights like that, you can almost completely wipe out shadows in your photos, and that would do them a lot of good. But dude, seriously, fucking awesome work. And Yi was pointing out, and I agree, I love this paint scheme on the Sigmarines, dude. The black armor, like, I think, like, you know, are there techniques you could use to do more on top of this? Absolutely. But the concept here is sound, the colors pop, and you put a lot of work into the parts of the model that matter. The little details and flourishes, the faces, like your blends are all good, your metallics all look solid. This is nice work. This is real nice work. Oh, Theoden. I think your reds come out a little terracotta to pink. If I was going to be like, there's one thing that would really push a lot of these models over, Your reds come out a little terracotta to pink, and I think working on that saturation would do you well. But really nice work overall, man. Oh, my camera is working. I thought it wasn't working for a second. For only painting for 2 years, you're doing awesome, dude. Keep up the good work. Let me finish my coffee and we'll get going. I'll be curious, once you've caught up to the current run of Gaunt's Ghost, what you think, Ren. I just feel like the last 2 or so books in the Gaunt's Ghost series have not been up to the quality of the previous run. But at the same time, when you look at how many books Dan Abnett has written in that run, it's like, at a certain point, you should probably just wrap that shit up, man. Like, with any series of books. I struggle to think of any series of books that's gone past, like, 8. Where it hasn't gotten kind of like, just fucking give me an ending. Just pick a place and end it. I don't even really care if you wrap everything up. Just do it. And, what usually happens is authors, in the quest to keep the series going, start digging out plot points that are really, really dumb. That don't make any sense, that don't fit, just because they're like, well, I gotta write something. And that definitely happens in the last couple of Gaunt's Ghost books. Just, there's some twists that are like, wait, what? That literally doesn't make any sense. And it's like, just keep going, just keep going. Shh. It's okay. It's okay. Okay, now, Brian Fowler, first of all, I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm not. Because I don't even really like the Horus Heresy books all that much. I think I quit reading them after like 5 or 6. In Horus Heresy's defense, though, Horus Heresy is more of an anthology than it is really a sequential book series. It is more of an anthology because it's like different authors doing different stories that are sometimes connected, sometimes not. I think recently, in the last couple years, they've become more sequentially connected, which I think is a weakness. The first few books were pretty solid, except that one that was about the fucking Power Rangers team of assassins. That one was fucking awful. And see, that's gonna happen, though. Clearly, if you've got that many different authors all writing, like, you're gonna wind up with some that are winners and some that aren't. Because there's some great authors writing for Horus Heresy, and there are some dog shit authors. I never read any of the Brandon Sanderson Wheel of Time. I never read any of them. I quit reading Wheel of Time around Winter's Heart. I don't even think I finished that one. It's so bad, Brian Fowler. Like, if you just want to read something that's like... it is... Oh my god. It's so fucking cheesy. It's like they put together a team of assassins from different assassin schools, and they're all like, I'm the best assassin. No, I'm the best assassin because I use a sniper rifle. No, I'm the best assassin because I use a sword. I wonder if we're gonna find out that our different strengths combine and our make up for each other's weaknesses and become friends through adversity. Spoilers, they do. And, They basically all have the disposition of like a 14-year-old. It is one of the worst fucking books. I can't even remember the name of it. It's got pictures of assassins on the cover of it. Well, yeah, you know what, Brian Fowler? We're gonna get along just fine, man, because I still prefer 40k when it knows that it's a joke. Let me I'm gonna finish my cheese and nuts. I'm gonna put it all in one cup and I'm gonna slug it. Thank you, to swear. That's the name of it. It's fucking terrible. Automat, it's not just the subject matter. I can enjoy feel-good material. Some of my favorite movies are the Bill and Ted's movies, which are nothing if not kind of stupid feel-good writing. It's badly written. It's really badly written. It reminds me of, like, Star Wars Aftermath, where, like, the author legitimately forgot that he was writing in the third person halfway through and picked up first person. Like, holy Christ. Which one's Ben Counter or Brian Fowler? I may or may not know them. It was like Hunger Games then. I have never touched Hunger Games. I cannot speak to the quality of writing in the Hunger Games or most other young adult series other than like Harry Potter, which I was in the target demographic for, and thus I did read about half of it. Yeah, Timothy Zahn's still writing and doing a good job, though. Timothy Zahn has successfully recontextualized his most famous character of Thrawn, which I really dig. So I did a little bit more work on our fancy ivory night after the last stream. I was really just messing around, throwing down colors and seeing what I liked, and I actually kind of like this. I don't think I like this for the standard Household Night, though. I want to do this on somebody. I want to hold on to this scheme, and I want to use it on maybe a Mounted Noble Lord, maybe a Priory Commander, maybe some Order Knights, something like that. It's a cool scheme, but it's a bit much. It's a bit flowery for the kind of low fantasy thing that I'm going for, at least with my basic Household Knights. So, I took another one. What? No graphics? Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. So, I took another one, and I just pre-glazed on a bunch of real basic colors to do more of a classic steel and Latin work, low fantasy paint job. And we're just going to lay into this fucker, and we're going to see what we can do in one stream. I've read a few of Zahn's other books. He's a decent author. I don't get as excited about Timothy Zahn as I do about, like, Dan Abnett. Like, I think Dan Abnett has really, really great non-40k writing outside of, what he's generally known for. He also wrote a really good run of Aquaman, which I enjoyed. Shuffle painting! Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. We won't make you do the truffle shuffle around here, baby. Alright. Let's get going. Got my oil palette ready to go. Oh, yeah. I think I'm just gonna make my paint grip and my oil palette available for free. I did some thinking on it, and I was like, I'm not enthused enough about them to actually charge people money for them. I'm not enthusiastic enough about them, but they are good. Like, they're very usable. I use them constantly, so I'm just gonna make these available for free. I was thinking about it, like, I'm gonna make, like, $2-3. Do I really want to charge people for something so simple, or would I rather put this out there and get people actually, like, started on the process of experimenting with oils? I'd rather just put it out. How much old Battletech have I gotten to read? Honestly, I have read very, very few Battletech novels in total, and I haven't read any recently. I've never been that sold on the Battletech universe lore. It's just not something that's interested me all that much. I'm into the mechs. And I'm into, like, writing small stories set in the universe during gameplay and for campaigns. But, like, books set in the universe, I don't really care most of the time. Cerberus Co., welcome in, man. How you doing? Use some phthalo blue. Need my titanium white. Gonna need some greens. We need a lot of colors tonight, but I think we're gonna go ahead and start with some Payne's Gray, Phthalo Blue, and maybe a bit of Titanium White. you and a lot of people, Kaylee. He makes it much more digestible. But yeah, I am enjoying the Bad Batch. Like I said, more than I thought I would. I did think it was a little weird when in the first episode, Kanan Jarrus, Caleb Doom shows up, and it's like I understand why they did it, but it's like Freddie Prinze Jr. with his voice dropped about an octave. It sounds so weird. It sounds so weird. I wasn't really as much into that. Like, I was excited to see the character, but I just thought that the voice work they did on it, I was like, I would accept a different person doing the voice of Caleb Doom. If he's gonna be that much younger. If you don't know who Caleb Doom is, can I recommend Star Wars Rebels? Because that show fucking rules. Alright. Now I'm gonna grab some of my Payne's Gray here, a touch of my Phthalo Blue, just a dab of Titanium White. I'm gonna see if I can't make something over here that's a good start. God, that Phthalo Blue is over fucking powering. We gotta desaturate that. My Payne's Gray is so weak. Like, I like the color, but it's so weak. The pigments are barely there. And I wonder if another brand of Payne's Gray would get me where I want it to be, but I just don't know. Put a little lamp black in there. That should dull it out. Yeah. I want the blue in here, but I don't want it overpowering. Grab some of my white spirits. Yeah, I think this is going to be the color. A little more white spirits. Man, this tune is a real droner, isn't it? Alright. I should have a paper towel ready to go. A little odd that I don't already. Star Wars add another zero to Dave Filoni's bank balance. You know what, man? I'm on board. Filoni seems to know what the fuck he is doing, and I'm perfectly willing to pay him to keep doing it. All right. Let's start a little bit of work on this armor, and I'm gonna try to keep it simple. Stupid. That is the name of the game right now. I have too many knights to paint to faff about and waste a whole bunch of time. That one's going to be about a 15-hour print, Kaylee. It's a real boring one, and I'm sorry that's the one that's on tonight. But it needs doing. So, it's going to be taking up the printer for a while.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't do it. For the love of God. Don't do it. We'll all regret it. I'm here for the printer, not for you. Oh, no. Oh, no, you know, I suspected. I suspected, not just in your case, Kaylee, but just sort of broadly. Find yourself wondering, what is the appeal of my stream? Figured everyone was cheating on me with the printer, and now I know for sure. So in a way, I owe you. Putting a little bit more work in on this guy in a few areas, but I think it's going to pay off, and I think I can keep it quick. This is, again, a fairly experimental paint job to see what we can do in a short period of time. Time limit, I feel, is going to keep me moving, which is really what I need. There's a few details to finish after this, it's fine. Again, experimental. That is the name of the game. Going for kind of a blue steel effect here without worrying too much about the particulars. I just want to nail down a paint scheme that I can repeat fairly easily across a number of units. This is the kind of thing where I can do one a day, then I can actually chart out my next few units of knights. Again, I do like what we did last time. I really, really, really like the ivory armor, and I think it's actually very workable, but I'm going to save that for some more flashy, snazzy units, you know what I mean? I did my pre-glaze before the stream, by the way, in case anybody was wondering, because it didn't take very long to do, but I wanted to let everything kind of settle before I started painting. It is. It's definitely blue steel, because it's a little bit of a softer look, and I use it for shoe sales sometimes. Nobody's actually seen Magnum yet. Ion Raptor, how you doing today? Oh, jeez. Yeah, I mean, that's the nice thing, Kaylee, with oils, honestly. You could just pre-glaze, wipe off, and call it done for a good tabletop quality paint job. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. I think you could get good results. We've had a couple of people who've done similarly. I'm using big brushes, limiting to the number of colors that I use, simple highlights. By God, we're gonna paint some minis, folks. I'm gonna try to make this my focus for the next few months at least. This is just something I've been dancing around. I have a lot of minis. I have a lot of unpainted plastic, and I need to change that. So we're going to be focusing on finishing paint jobs, whether they're perfect or not. I talk a lot about not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, and I do it to myself all the damn time. So let's say we cut it the hell out, huh? What's my background? Do I 3D print and then hand paint the figures only? So not only what no graphics. I do sculpt and print a lot of my own things, and then sometimes I even paint them. But my background is I play games. I love tabletop games, and I play them. And I like painting the minis. I spend more time painting the minis than I do actually playing the games most of the time, but I think that's a common feature with us. Miniature inclined. But at the end of the day, I'm just a big nerd who loves, like, fantasy games and sci-fi and shit like that, you know? I don't have, like, a particular background in art or anything like that. I was I was an army linguist for a good long time. And it's actually only in recent years that I've begun exploring my artistic desires and curiosities in a more intentional fashion. I can already tell some things I'm going to want to do differently with my pre-glaze on the next one because some of my details are getting obscured, but we are ignoring that and moving forward. Forward, always forward. Tatake, tatake. Wait, no, that doesn't mean that. That's something else. That's from another anime. Anybody watching Attack on Titan? Shit's so fucked up right now. I'm not even going to talk about it. I'm just going to say, holy damn. I think I saw Dr. Rhino in here, didn't I? Explains so much. Nothing particularly interesting, Kaylee. I was, mostly signals intel. Declaring things done early is my problem. Grim Nation Hobbies, that's the kind of problem you want to have, baby. That's the kind of problem you want to have, because I definitely get to a point with a model where it might not be done, but I am done painting it, and if anything, I need to be more comfortable with admitting that to myself. I spend too long on each individual project. But we're trying to change that. Trying to change that and simplify our work at the same time. Watching Season 3 of AOT? Yeah, that's some business right there. Season 4 is really where it starts to get weird, though. Really liking the way this phthalo blue does the steel. Pretty happy with this recipe. I think I'll stick with it. You know, steel can be a lot of colors. I don't know how many people are familiar with the heat treatment that steel undergoes as part of the hardening process, but depending on how long and to what temperatures you heat steel to harden it, it can come out in its final form in a whole range of different colors. So if you ever feel like you're looking for what's that color to get steel just right, honestly, you have a lot of options. A whole lot of options. Oh my god. Oh my god, this isn't even my final form mind. Voxel Forge, welcome in, man. How you doing? The other thing was, as I was doing the ivory, I realized that these simple great helms I put on looked fucking goofy in ivory. I was like, why would anyone ivory enamel a great helm like this? You wouldn't. Or, I mean, I guess you could, if it was an enamel job, but I don't know, it didn't fit the sort of lower fantasy aesthetic that I was going for with my modification. And so, we simplify. This is the era of goody fucking nuff. I am indeed Autofire. Thank you so much for saying so. Can we get a shout out for Autofire, by the way? Really, I know that my mods handle a lot of the shoutings out, and I do thoroughly appreciate it, because I don't always notice when people slip in. I already see a few things I want to change, but I tell you what, we're gonna go, go, go. I ain't going back. I ain't slowing down. Got into oil paints to do good paint jobs quickly, and so far all I've done are pretty good paint jobs very, very slowly. Very, very slowly. No more, I say. No more! Well, some more, but, you know, less. Definitely a different pre-glaze next time, but lessons learned. Ah, but you did do them, huh? Well, you're not wrong. Don't worry about the tiny details later. We're getting the big ones now. Metal, 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 metal. Metal lance tip, metal helmet, metal armor. I was fretting last time about how the shield covers up everything and makes it hard to reach, and then I realized that that means I barely have to paint it. Like, honestly, if you can't reach something, if it's mostly covered up and you can barely even see it, why am I worrying so much about painting it? Like, his chest is mostly covered. I'm gonna waggle a brush down in here, I'm gonna put a little bit of color, and nobody's ever gonna fucking see it. Because it's covered up by his shield. If there is the faint indication of some color and detail in there, that is what we call good enough. I was falling into the same trap I used to when I used to paint my Space Marine bolters separately and then glue them on so I could do the chest eagle. Like, what am I doing? You can't see the chest eagle when they're assembled. Why am I doing all this extra work to paint it? It's silly. Like, if you want to do it, that's fine, but I don't want to spend time on things that I'm not going to see. I want painted models I can put on the tabletop and play the damn game with. And I'd rather paint more models sloppily. Alright. Let me wipe this brush off right quick so it doesn't make a mess anywhere. Right, clean this one a wee little bit. Alright, now we're going in, boys. We're going in with some titanium white.
And so I painted on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
I realize I say that, and I'm like, I'm gonna do a bunch of non-metallic metal. So basically, I'm completely full of shit. Bigger brush, slap faster. You know what? I'm finally fucking listening. Admiral Ryder, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah, nothing too exciting on the plate tonight, unfortunately. I'm, catching up on some organizational hogwash that I've needed to do for a while with my oil paints. Making myself sort of a divider that's custom fit to my desk. For some of us, that is excitement. I'm working on organizing my workstation and storage too. Yeah, you know, you're right. I actually do find organization oddly exciting at times, so I guess I shouldn't say it's not exciting at all. Alright, here's the first test for highlighting this armor, so let's get in there with a little blendy brush. See how easy that blend goes? And that's what I mean. Like, I got into oil painting so I could do these things quickly, and then I slowed way the hell down when I need to be exploring these methods of doing these things quickly and easily. If anything, I need more white. And I might save one final highlight for after. We're going quick, we're going quick. We're not going to get slowed down. My base paint that I put down was kind of thin, so I'm doing thick oil over top of it. You know what, Cerberus Cull? If you know where everything is, that's what we call good enough, baby. Yeah, that looks decently like steel, doesn't it? Kind of plays, right? Oh, I missed a spot. That's okay. I can come back to it. Always gonna miss some spots, particularly when we're going quick. Worry about those later. Did a bunch of magnets last night. What does this just in do? So, for those of you who may not be aware, we have a little bit we do on this stream each and every time, known as the Storm Report, which is an art share segment where you can share with us some of what you have been working on recently. And if you're stuck, I'm happy to offer advice, though. If you just want to show off, I am more than happy to just see what you've got. It is so easy to participate in. All you have to do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go to the channel, well, you know, agree to the rules first, and then go to the channel marked the Storm Report, and post a picture in there. And the reason that we have this just in is you can post one picture per Storm Report, per stream, or you can, for channel points, redeem this just in and get yourself another slot to go ahead and post a picture in. I'm going to use a little bit of my, see if I've still got some pre-thin titanium white. This white's pretty thick. There, maybe that'll do better. Let's try it. But yeah, that's why this just in exists. Alright, let's see if that thin white's gonna do. It's kind of working. I like the thicker white better. I think I'm going to stick with the white right from the tube. Actually kind of overdid it on this side. Live and learn. Moving on. We're painting. We're painting models, guys. I don't know if that's something you guys are familiar with. Have to sub-assembly and paint correctly. I paint like garbage as is. Can't reach something, I will just give up. Yeah, I don't do sub-assemblies, really. I never have. I don't know, like, I guess I did in the very beginning, but I stopped pretty quickly. It's just not my jam. And a very good evening to you as well, Crossbow Roof. You notice there's no beer drate tonight. I don't have any beer. I'm actually out right now. So I'm just going to be drinking plain old H2O tonight, folks. Keeping our highlights chunky and simple. Name of the game, name of the game. Try to establish our volumetric highlight shape across the rump. I think these would be decent models to do sub-assembly painting on. I'm just not gonna do it. That was too much. That's too much white on one panel. But whatever. Whatever. Blend it out. Simple and easy, simple and easy. What am I 3D printing? Yellow, bro, you can always hit !STL to get a little readout on whatever it is I have on the printer. Tonight, it's just some bespoke holders for my oil paint tubes, because I've needed those for a while. They're custom fit to my desk. Usually I'll have some, like, terrain or something mini-related going on, but tonight is just organizational. How you doing today, the Joy of Painting Minis? This is a different model. So Bahamut, this is where we landed with the last one, and I just dropped his shield directly into a big glob of paint, so that was great. Luckily, I'm not working on him right now, so it doesn't matter. This is the one we worked on last time, and while I like what we did here, and I'm going to do this again on other models, I don't like it for my rank-and-file household knights. I wanted to do something a bit more mundane. The ivory is just a bit too gaudy from a basic household knight. I want to use this on like a priory commander or a knighthood like holy order or mounted noble lord, something like that. But this was an interesting experiment. We are going to do it again. Just not on these guys. On these guys, I'm going for a quick and simple color scheme that I can replicate without too much trouble. So I need to put more paint on models. God, I know the feeling, man. That's what has me here tonight. Grab a fine brush with just a little bit of white spirits because I want to come in and just fix a little mistake I made. There we go. Like, this is looking okay for just steel so far, isn't it? Dark steel, but steel nonetheless. Deciding what to paint next. See above redemption for the options. Hang on. I am the decider. Lord of the Rings, Easterlings, or Adeptus Custodes. Oh, Easterlings. Oh, Easterlings. They're both gold, so you're going to be exploring the same concepts with each one, but the Easterlings are so hot. Didn't they just release some new Easterling figures, too? I would swear that they did. So particularly if that's the case. Yeah, do those. Even if you don't have the new Easterling figures, do the old ones so that you can prepare for doing the new ones. Hell yeah, man. And let's face it, the Easterlings are a more intriguing design than the Custodes. Which, yes, I'm mispronouncing on purpose. God. Alright, I see things that I want to change, things I want to experiment on with this, but we're moving on. We're going. Yellow Bro, oh my god, what a question. What a question, so many. So many. Though honestly, the best tip that I can give in the shortest amount of time, because I'm here and I'm painting and I'm streaming and I'm doing my own thing, so the best tip that I can give you, honestly, is pop into that Thunderhead Studio Discord, man. And I know that sounds self-serving, it really does. I'm like, hey, check out my other stuff. But the fact is, we have so many experienced painters in the Thunderhead Studio community. It's one of the best places I can recommend to ask questions and to learn. Lots of people who are very, very happy to answer questions and to give you ideas and fresh takes on whatever it is you're working on. There's a lot you can learn there. See, that's a very broad question, and I know that when you get started, it's hard because it's like you don't even know what question to ask, because it's like you don't know how much you don't know. But I think the best thing you could do is post some of your work and let people take a look at it, man. And then people can sort of figure out where it is you're coming from. Yellow Bro, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chasers, and welcome to the hobby, man. Miniature painting is so fucking great, and it's super duper rewarding, man. It's a great way to dabble in art without, like, having to become a complete and total artist knob, you know? That and tabletop wargaming is so fun, bro. So fun. I'm hoping to actually get a chance to stream some of it this year, like actual tabletop gaming. I've been talking about it for a while, and I've been circling the subject. We'll get to it, though. Is this a historical mini? Major Joey, this is a fantasy mini from Parabellum Wargames line Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings. And it is in, I want to say, like 38mm scale. It is an odd scale. It is significantly larger than most 28mm war games you're going to see, though, which you've probably already noticed. Like 38 to 42mm scale. You won't find many other minis in this scale, which is a bold move on Parabellum's part. But they're bold guys, you know? Is one of the reasons that I'm focusing right now on quitting all this. Like, we're still going to do our single model focus days when I really try to get in there and do, like, a great paint job on something. But I gotta paint armies, man. So we're hitting it hard, we're hitting it fast, we're hitting it a little bit loose. Easier on my old ass eyes. It's definitely easier to paint things like faces and horses. Because I've got, like... Where is he? Let me see. I've got Aemir here. Hopefully I didn't just rub oil paint on him, did I? Probably not. Okay, good. I've got Aemir here from Games Workshop's true scale 28mm Lord of the Rings line. And, like, here's the difference between Conquest and true scale 28mm. It's so much easier to get the details. There's a big difference. I think about the Jazza Mega Mini Box, bought it half a year ago. I'm not familiar with that, Yellow Bro. Mars Black is the same black as the magnetic iron shavings. Yeah, it's iron oxide, isn't it? I've got some. I finally got some Mars Black. I haven't really had occasion to use it yet. Wait, missed a spot. Blendy blend right here. Cerberus Cull popping out that community gift sub on over to GM Kaylee. Cerberus Cull, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate your support, GM Kaylee. Enjoy not having to watch commercials anymore. That is the big benefit of a subscription. Of course, you also get to use our snazzy voice commands now, which you can find a list of down there in the About section. If anybody's interested in trying this game, you can hit !Conquest in chat to get a link to Parabellum's eShop. And if you're not using one of their pre-existing bundles that they have to get you a good deal on minis, you can always enter just enter code Thunderhead at checkout to get 10% off your order. They were pretty generous with that discount, and I don't even really have to shill for them, which I don't. I am going to have some early release models from Conquest in the near future, if you're really interested particularly in the 100 Kingdoms range, which is what I'm painting now. We're going to have the new Order of the Crimson Tower and Priory Commander models on hand in the near future for me to paint before they release. I am excited about that. How do we feel about that Armored Rump? How does that look? Does that look decent? Looks like a butt. I think it's a little bit over 40 millimeter. It's like 38 to 42 millimeter. It's big. It's big, Grim Nation Hobbies. I really kind of like it, though. It's a great game. It has a really interesting universe with a lot of lore, and the factions are fucking crazy. The human faction is like really kind of mundane and sort of historically inspired, which is what I like about it. Because it's in a universe with factions that are batshit crazy. Like, there's a faction of Mesoamerican-inspired orcs that ride dinosaurs. Their cavalry literally ride velociraptors. It's ridiculous. There are, like, fire elemental-infused dwarves. There are biomancer space elves that grow clone slugs to fill out their armies. There's so many cool models. Here, let me grab something real quick. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Headstream has some of those things, and more.
So I haven't gotten around to painting them yet, but here's the abomination that comes in the starter box for the Spire Elves faction. It's big and horrible. It's a genetic combination of a bunch of different DNA strands and apparently mostly an ant. And then there's an imprisoned elf inside of it. It's basically the same lore as the old Chaos Dreadnought from Warhammer 40k. And then you can pit them against little Nightmans. It's kind of hilarious. Yeah, it does kind of have... They're supposed to be, like, I think, compound eyes. I think they're meant to be, like, compound eyes on its head. But they do look a little bit like forehead boobs, unfortunately. Send in Aomer, right? He just needs that one good throw, doesn't he? Major Joey, thank you so much for the biddies, my friend. Thank you so much for the cheer. Well, I'll tell you what he ends up fighting more often than not are, these guys. And in that case, my money's on the Abomination. Yes, me lord. What is it? Something you doing? Work, work. A little thinner to my titanium white here. It's pretty thick right out of the tube, and I want it thick, but not quite that thick. Not quite that thick. Let's calm it down. Calm it down just a tad, shall we? Alright, alright. Armored Rump done. Let's do the barding on his head, and then work down his neck, and then go to our knight. I'm not saying anything crazy like, whatever I get done today is all I'm gonna paint on this guy. I'm not saying anything nuts like that. I'm not claiming I'm not gonna come back to this figure. I'm just wondering how much I can do in one painting session while being sloppy. And sort of refining and learning from that. And getting faster as we go. Join the army, they said. See the world, they said. I'd rather be safe.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
And it is white paint. Oh my god, that's the joke. Amazing.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Thank you for the heads up. One thing I really like about the 100 Kingdoms faction is right now we are the kings of cavalry when it comes to Conquest. Gives them a nice identity. Other faction might have faster cavalry, but nobody has cavalry that hits quite this hard, quite this efficiently. I can already tell a few things I'm going to do differently on the next guy. It's going to be on the next guy. We're not going to linger too much. It's okay. It's okay, WJ. How you doing today, man? Every army needs fodder. You ain't wrong. Polygon Masterworks starting in on their original game, Black Star. I'm very excited to see what comes from that. Gus Schultz, welcome in, man. How you doing today? Speaking of people who know the time that it takes to get it just perfect, holy crap, Gus Schultz. That diorama, man. That is going to be something special when it's done. Hell, it's something special now. And I can tell it still has work to go. I left a big old mold line right on top of the horse's neck. Whoops. Oh well. Fuck it. Who cares? It's too much white paint. I'm gonna regret that. Am I gonna regret it so much that I'm gonna slow down? No. Because fuck that. How long have I been painting? About an hour? That's not bad. Let's keep going. I guess a little less than that. do a little blendy blend. Rose painted and glued in place. Need to tone down the color on the black. Looks like neon. Oh yeah, you don't want that. An awkward blending angle that I'm using here. That's what I get for painting fully assembled. You have the option of... If you were going to build these models and you wanted to know the most efficient and best sub-assemblies to do, I would say leave the arms of the knight himself off. That would be my recommendation. I personally will not be doing that. But I think that if you wanted to, that would be the best way to go about it. Touchy, touchy, touchy. Touchy, 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 touch me. I wanna be dirty. Left the rider off the horse. That's probably not a bad idea. Lazy is the name of the game. And lazy we shall be. Trying to focus more on having good contrasting color choices so that the precision does not matter anywhere near as much. A lot to paint on this guy. Good enough. Good enough. Let's try to make that my new tagline. What do you say? Maybe a little more. Maybe a little. I'll do a little bit more just because I want to. God, that mold line is brutal. I can't believe I missed that, but not going back. Forward. Always forward. Keep on moving straight ahead. That's all we can do. There you go, close enough for government work. Counts on horseshoes and hand grenades, and apparently painting minis. Play it off as another armor scene. There you go. Yeah, if you can't hide it, feature it, right? That's supposed to be there. That's a mysterious part of the lore of the 100 Kingdoms. Are you too ignorant to know about it? That's what I'll tell people, and they won't dare question me. A man on a galloping horse wouldn't notice. Oh, how apropos. How apropos indeed. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and lay in a quick gradient on our shield. But his last name is the same as a color name. That makes me wonder what color. Because I think some colors are in fact like named after folk. Probably not your friend, but someone who shared the name. I am going to go down to a smaller brush because I'm doing finer detail on the knight as opposed to the horse. But we can still be quick about things, I think. How thin do you make your oil paints for these highlights? Alexander Maximus, the answer to that is, man, does it ever depend. A lot of them. So the general rule is that you want to put, if the paint that you're going down on is thick, you want to use a nice thin paint, and if the paint you're going down on is thin, you want to use a nice thick paint. So I pre-glaze then a pretty thin down oil, and then my initial highlights are usually real chunky, like almost straight out of the tube chunky. So the answer ultimately is not very. Not very. When I'm doing this, I'm really just trying to focus on volumetric shapes. Like our thigh here is a cylinder shape, so I'm going to try to sketch the shape of a cylinder moving down it real roughly for my highlights, like that, without complicating things too much. Oh, come on. Kelly Green doesn't count. There are lots of Kellys. Skella B, what's up, Skella Egg? How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Can we get a shout out? Pretty please for Skella B, relatively new on the Twitch painting scene, but very talented. Great community, great stream. Definitely worth checking out. How you doing today? I'm going to want to make these highlights sharper as I continue to work on this process, but I think these will do for a quick paint job. I have a voiceover gig coming up. Very excited. Awesome. I'm really glad to hear that. Here. Sharp highlights really make all the difference when you're doing metals. New to oils, charging forward, that's the way to go. Having issues with my paint becoming almost textured on the figure instead of smooth, can't figure out why. Is it just picking up your brush strokes? It definitely helps to come in afterwards and do your blending with a separate brush. I find that when I have brush stroke issues, that usually works it out. Like this white that I'm using right here is almost straight out of the tube. The trick is just coming in afterwards and blending it out nice and smooth. Might have too much paint on the brush. Tiny little goes a long way. You are not wrong, but we're painting sloppy and we're painting quick. And in some of these cases, too much is exactly as much as I want. The sloppier the better. And when I'm going off to the side, I'm not reloading so much as I'm usually just kind of cleaning up how it's laying on the brush. Like I said, I'm using this paint real thick for these initial highlights. Bit right here. A lot of this is going behind the shield, so I won't be messing much with it. I'll put a little bit of white down just so that it has been technically painted, but it's behind the shield, out of sight, out of mind. Now let's get in a little bit of blending. Indeed, Skelleby, that is an organizer for some of my oil paints just because I need a better place to put them on the old painting desk. Grab this here, a little blendy blend, a little blendy blend. There's a little bit much on this side, but whatever, who cares? Good enough. Alright, so we've been going for roughly 1 hour. This ain't half bad. This ain't half bad for 1 hour going at this with only 2 colors. My pre-glaze was already done, but that was a very, very simple process, which next stream maybe I'll pre-glaze a couple of these nights. How long till we get the storm report? That happens at 8:30 Mountain Standard Time. Just about every damn time. 8 bits a bite. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I guess we should do the other side of it now, huh? Yeah, probably. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with that for being as little time as I'm spending on it. I think that looks pretty damn good. And we got so many nights to do that I'm not gonna... Yeah, it's something to remember too. Something I need to remember more myself. You can always come back to a model later and add more details and fix things that you don't like about the first go-around. Just because you get it to a tabletop-ready standard doesn't mean you have to never, ever, ever paint it again. You want it to be better looking, but you also want to play with it. Paint it up to a point, come back to it later. Make your own rules. Realize these are actually boots, and I should do them in a leather color, so I'm going to worry about that later. I don't know why I wasn't thinking of that, but yeah, he's wearing metal greaves and sabatons on top of leather boots. How things going for you, Skelleby? What have you been working on? How them Tau treating you? I saw you were digging into dry brushing on them shits. It was looking pretty good, too, last I saw. Oop, that was a big mess that I just made there, but fuck it, we're moving on. I ain't got time to bleed. Or correct mistakes. This part's mostly under his arm, so I'm really just not going to spend a lot of time on it. This part should probably be leather, so I'm going to leave it alone. How did I get a hair on my brush? Foreign object. Disqualified. Battlesuit's looking pretty okay. Excited to finish it. We got lots of art commissions I'm working on. Hey, too busy is better than not busy enough, you know what I mean? Finished Wheel of Time Season 1 this afternoon, and it was certainly a time of wheel. What? What the fuck? What are you talking about, Square? I've heard nothing but bad things about it. I'm gonna assume that that was snark, but I can't tell exactly. Someone I follow on Twitter said or quoted, "Art pieces are never truly done, you just stopped working on them." That is wisdom. That is wisdom. Wisdom was not their dump stat, you know what I mean? Again, what I'm trying to teach myself with non-metallic metals is you're focusing on the shape of what it is that you're painting. Volumetric shapes like this vambrace here is a cylinder. So just trying to sketch out the shape of the cylinder with your highlight. It should probably be leather. I don't care. I'm painting it metal. Moving on. Just kind of until it really happened. Can't really recall who the characters are outside of what they do. See, that to me is the worst indictment of a show. Is not like, oh, well, the character motivations were bad and I didn't like what this character did, yada yada. It's the show was boring and I couldn't tell what was going on. This is the worst that a show can possibly be. If what you're attempting to communicate to the audience is ultimately incoherent because you're so fucking bad at it. Unless you're Neil Breen, in which case that's the whole joy of it, and please, Neil, keep making movies forever. But Neil's special, okay? We'll hear no shit-talking of our Lord and Savior, Neil Breen. Now, let's do some blending and see where we've landed. Was a mistake, but I'm just going to blend it in and don't tell anybody, okay, chat? Shh, don't tell anybody. Hit me with that Twisted Pair. So we haven't worked up the Twisted Pair yet, Suicide Prinny, but we did Fateful Findings recently on our Thunderhead Studio Discord movie watch night. I have seen Twisted Pair. I have seen Pass Through. I had not seen Fateful Findings, so we watched it together for the first time. I think we're going to go ahead and work through the rest of them. I don't have a copy of I Am Here Now or of Double Down. And I need to get I need to get my hands on those, admittedly. Yo, 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 how's it going? Ghost for the win. Welcome in, my friend. It's going pretty well. How about yourself? It's like watching someone else dream to Square. Max Landis described Neil Breen movies as like watching someone else having a dream. And I think he was really onto something there. It is batshit crazy. I have to compare Neil Breen to David Lynch. I can't think of any other filmmaker to really compare him to. He's not as good as David Lynch. I think that goes without saying. David Lynch is actually quite talented. But Neil Breen has a similar, like, I feel like he's trying to say something. I feel like in his head things must make sense, but the way he's communicating it to me is... And then I'm pretty sure at the end of Fateful Findings he openly endorses terrorism. I think that's what happened. It's hard to tell sometimes because I'm not really sure exactly what took place. Okay, how are we feeling about all this armor so far? I wanna take a short breather. I wanna take a step back. I have not done the helmet yet, nor have I done the lance. But I've done most of the armor on the horse and the rider, and I actually can see a little more blending needs done right here. Not too much, just a little bit. But I want to ask you guys, chat, and be honest, for working for as little time as I have, how serviceable is this looking? Because if this looks decent, this is what I'm going to be doing. Is just getting through the nights with a paint scheme very much like this one. Yeah, pun expected. What I'm thinking is I'm going to wait for what I've done here to cure a bit more, and then it'll be easier to come in and do some hard edges in pure titanium white. That'll be the last step. Arkrave, it's going fantastic, man. Good to see you. Painting as if a light source is from a certain angle, or painting for detail in general? Kind of from the left side, but mostly detail in general. Not worrying about it too much, 8 bits a byte. We've had a lot of experimentation lately with very, very specific light sources. And for this one, I'm going more for looking good on the tabletop and not worrying too much about particulars. Good enough to play a game with, that's what I'm looking for, Shock. Because that's ultimately what I want to do here, is play games with these bad boys. Oh yeah, nanotanks. All I've done is the armor. I haven't touched any of what's gonna be... There's gonna be gold sections, and I haven't touched the caparison or the leather at all. I have only touched the steel. The rest of it is nothing but oil pre-glaze. In fact, why don't we work with another color for just a minute? I gotta do the helmet, I gotta do the lance, but let's work with another color just for a second. I don't even know if this is a good idea. I haven't done this green combination before, but I'm curious what it might end up looking like, so we're going to give it a shot. It's a deep phthalo green that I have pre-glazed part of the caparison in. I'm going to try coming in with some permanent green light on top of that. Let's see what it looks like. Well, thank you very much for saying so. Because I want to move this much more in a green direction. That might be too much. That might be too much. Maybe we'll do Viridian. Let's try a blend and see what comes out. That is really quite green. Oof. Overpoweringly so. That could work. That actually could work if I'm careful with it. Which I wasn't there. Decidedly not careful there. Let's try being careful. Let's see what happens. Specifically, let's catch these bottom edges here, and then let's blend upwards. It's bright, but I think bright is okay. I might try another green on other nights. Viridian might be a better choice. I don't know. And hello to you too, Sumitha. Video I created for my local racing community got a fraudulent copyright claim. Licensed the music in 2013. Now the copyright claim is saying some Middle Eastern artist who mixed the music I licensed into his own weird thematic music on YouTube. Oh wow, that's fucking backwards. When you say Middle East, is he from specifically, like, the Kingdom of Saud? Because it may purely be a money question. Maybe you fell afoul of somebody who has an uncle who's a man with far more money than sense. That might be stereotyping, but you know there are plenty of there's plenty of that going on. Can't read the text. I have no idea. Oh boy. Now printed several of the Dugram Battlemasters. Have one thing you may want to revisit. The elbows are very small and thin compared to the... That's not a bad idea, Desert Owl. Yeah, those models are not without some issues. There's likely to be a redux of them at some point. I think this green is okay. I might do a different green if I do green on another night, which I almost certainly will, but for this one, I'm just gonna carry forward with this. We're learning. I've literally never done this combination before, so... I didn't expect the green light to be quite so aggressive. But it really makes itself known. And you know, a couple bright colors, that can't hurt. A few bright colors can do nothing but help the overall look of the model. Matt Yee, my nephew swallowed a roll of film. His doctor said to wait and see if anything develops. The fuck is wrong with you? Jesus Christ. Ugh. That might not make sense to people who... I realize I just did that with a bunch of people in chat. It's a thing. It's a thing between me and Yi. It's just let it go. Don't worry too much about it. Don't even wonder too much about it. In fact, can we just move on? Can we not clip that? Can that not be something somebody does, please? Can you just, for once in the entire history of my streaming career, fucking listen to me when I say don't clip that? Can we have that kind of relationship, chat? That would be wonderful. I was just trying to shame Yi, and I don't think that's gonna come through in the clip. Fuck. How you doing, Matt? Welcome in, my streamer. How'd the rest of your stream go, my bro? Also, how do you feel about this? I'm not ripping off your fucking ivory Storm Chads anymore. The Storm Chad Yeternals. Actually kind of digging how this permanent green goes down. It's got a good high contrast to it. I think if I apply it sparingly, it'll work best. So, Tio Zebra, this would be... both of these are Winton Oil Color. And one of them was Phthalo Deep Green. That was my pre-glaze. And now I'm just putting permanent green light on top of that. It's just 2 oil paints. Or permanent green light, I guess it is. I think it gets the job done pretty easily, though. Okay. Is that the only green I want to do? I think that's the only green that I have anywhere on the model. And I think I'm just going to leave it alone for the most part. Reminds me of Bretonia. How about that? Let me ask you the question, though, Yi. How about this? Now, I know it's not your usual style. It's covered in armor. I know how much you hate that, but how about this dumpy? How about that one? How about that one right there? What does that do for you? I know that you're trying to get better at rating four-legged dumpies, so work with me here. He said I reminded him of the flanks of his horse. The flanks, really? I'm gonna clean my green brush right quick. Damn it. Works well with the red and blue, making a nice split complementary. That's what I was kind of thinking, Tio Zebras. I was like, red, green, blue, it's kind of hard to go wrong with that particular triad, you know? And for that red, we're gonna go for kind of a desaturated leather oxblood look. That's my thinking, anyway. Which it's based in alizarin crimson. So I'm going to use a touch of that and some titanium white to try and highlight that up. Just a touch. Just a touch. We're going to go nice and easy on this. I'm really liking working with alizarin crimson. It is a very rich red. I'm not used to working with reds that are quite this incredibly rich. Now playing Chivalry by Occam's Laser. How apropos. How apropos. Dr. Rhino, how you doing, man? Didn't I see you in earlier? Have you been lurking? Have been, haven't you? It's almost too high. Let's tone that down a little bit. I don't want to go overboard with this. I just want to grab a couple of highlights. Starting to sound a bit like Bob Ross with the crimson and titanium white and sap green. I got some sap green. I don't really use it as much. It's a good color, though. And you know what? That's the greatest compliment you can possibly give someone who's as fresh to oil painting as I am. You sound like Bob Ross. Well, because I'm using the same paints. Not the same paints. He probably uses nicer, used nicer paints than I do. When I was watching Bob Ross, I didn't know enough about oil painting to even pay attention to the brands that he was using. Scale B shouldn't be. They're so fucking easy. There's definitely some things to unlearn if you're used to doing a lot of acrylics, but, like, you can be so fucking lazy with oils. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, I used to be really, really impressed by oil painters that I saw, you know? Like, I'd go into Matt Yee's stream and I'd be like, wow, what a good painter. Wow, he's so good at what he does. He's so experienced and smart and cool and handsome. And, you know, turns out this big load of bullshit. So, live and learn. Just don't lick the brush. He's not wrong in that. Yeah, you would regret that. That much is true. Grab ourselves another little blendy blend. I don't know about how I'm doing this red leather, but I'm not going to worry too much about it. I'll try something else on the next guy. It doesn't even have to be leather. This could be a red quilted fabric, for that matter. Pre-glaze followed by heavier applications is a bit more complicated, but using oils as washes and the transition softening tool is well worth it. Yeah, if all you do is thin down oils and use them as a wash over an acrylic paint job, you will already be getting some pretty intense and excellent results out of it. If that's all you do, it's still worth it. It is going fantastic, Guy Varese, but a little better now that you're here. Haven't seen you for a while, man. Welcome in. Guyver Ice. God, I keep doing that, don't I? Whatever. You know what I mean. It's your name, for God's sake. Different color squares on the left. Shut your mouth. Just stop. Stop talking. Fucking Matt Yee coming in here.
Take a seat, young Skywalker.
Trying to fucking taunt me into doing crazy shit. Alright, let's do a little bit of work on his helmet. Now, this is the part of the mini that I did sculpt myself. Which is kind of neat, you know, if you're into that sort of thing. Right? That's something I'm pretty proud of, I have to say, myself, Yeez. Every now and then I get around to painting something that I sculpted myself. It's a good feeling. I'm trying to adapt some of the crap that I learned from Wapelius, the good tips, sorry, not crap, the good tips that I learned from Wapelius, like, the color goes everywhere, it must go, or color goes anywhere, it must go everywhere. And sort of not worrying too much when I change brushes from one color to another and accepting that, you know, I get a little bit of red in my blue. That's okay. It's alright. It's not the end of the world. Remembering that we're painting very quickly and we're not worrying too much about all the little stupid details. Focusing the highlights on the back of the helmet further back in the 3/4 on this side because a lot of the helmet is lost behind the shield. And I don't want to put highlights there because nobody's going to fucking see them. So I'm kind of picking this 3/4 view from behind. Merlin, how you doing, Merlin Models? Welcome in, man. So, Tio Zebra, I'm a little stuck on that. A lot of people do the spiral pattern on the lance, and this is a dumb thing to get hung up on, but I think historically the spiral pattern on a lance would have been for tournament lances, not as much for battle lances. I think. I'm pretty sure that was mostly a tournament affectation. Which doesn't matter, really, because this is a fantasy model and I can do anything I want to with it. But also, enough people are doing the Spiral Lance thing that I would hate to be a bandwagoner. We don't want to be bandwagoners, do we, Matt Yee? The last thing we want to do is have people thinking that we do things just because other people are doing them. That's not something you would do. That's not the kind of thing that Yee would ever do. He wouldn't see that a list is doing particularly well at LVO and then go by and paint that list. No. No, he wouldn't. Would he? considered rating the butt of this quadruped dumpy. We've already done that joke, Merlin models. Now, admittedly, yeah, like you said, I don't think that the fact that that was a tournament affectation should affect painting fantasy models where you can do anything you want. But in this case, I'm using it as my justification to paint the lance as a wood grain. I should have done the helmet before I did the shoulder, actually. I realize that now. Oh well. Ooh, my hands are shaking tonight. Shaking real good. I just get so nervous. I just get so excited. Oh, we'll do it again. We'll do it again, just for Merlin models. Hey, Yi, would you like to rate the dumpy on this horse? It's funnier the second time. That probably doesn't make sense to a lot of people. I don't want to explain what I'm talking about because it kind of makes me sick, but I'm just going to say go give Matt Yi a follow. And make sure you show up for his... What's the next one, Yi? The Cakes of Chaos? We did the Dumpies of Destruction today. Birthday cake and enjoying finally sitting in for the... Wait, is it your birthday, Guy Varese? Did I miss a fucking... a message? Or is it somebody else's birthday cake? I don't mind either way. I still think the Glutes of Goodness should be the name for when you rate the dumpies of Order. Thank you, Dr. Rhino. I'm so glad that that exists. And take it easy, Guy Varese. Guy Varese. I'm gonna call you Guy Varese forever because that's what I started doing, and at this point it's just gonna confuse me if I try to correct it. Matt Yee's stream is a degenerate hive of scum and villainy. I'm also there almost every day. So, you know, if you want to hang out and chat with me, maybe that's a good reason to follow. I don't know. Fuck yeah, man. Enjoy your birthday cake. And happy birthday to you. Top of this helmet's gonna need more work. I don't know why a flat surface should confound me as much as this does. Let's just slap some up there and let it sit for a second. I'm sorry, there's a lot going on in chat, Rhino. I apologize if I missed your witty comment. Attempt to do 100 Kingdoms as old Warhammer World Kislev. Do it, Dinomat. That sounds fucking awesome. I do apologize if I miss anybody's comment. I really do try to get to everybody's, but you know, I am sitting here painting, and I'm actually limiting myself in the amount of time I can spend on this model. So more than ever, I'm really trying to just like wham bam get it done. You know what I mean? I keep notes on every comment of mine you miss. Oh god, there's a list. Oh god, there's a list. How you doing today, Rio? Yeah, that's what I need. I need to just have one eye permanently cocked to one side so I can... Maybe if I cross them, I could do this eye here and that eye there. Let's give that a shot. I don't think that's gonna work. It was worth a shot. Oh god, that hurt. Oh, that hurt my head. That hurt my head something fierce. Let's grab some more of our titanium white. Ooh, god, that is a mess. Yeah, that needs to be a little thinner. Oh god, that really did hurt. Be abused. You can always have an auto reader tell you all the oh yeah, no, that would be... I'd be like, yeah, let's do text to speech, and then it would just be like 3 hours of titty sprinkles. Nobody wants that. I mean, Matt Yee wants it. That should really tell you everything you need to know about the idea. It would just get old as all, Dr. Rhino. It would just get old. 3 hours of anything will get old. Yep, that's accurate. Yep.
Everyone has had too much of now.
Everyone has had too much of now.
Central to the vast and desolate outlands. Nobody wants more of it. How it used to feel is what the people want. And Rememory offers us exactly that.
God, how accurate. How it used to feel is what the people want. Oh my god. If there's any clearer sign, it's just like gestures broadly at Disney Plus. How it used to feel is what the people want.
Retros. Remembered treasures of the forgotten past.
Alright, let's do a little. Kind of messed that up, but I'm just going to leave it. I think I've slowed down a bit since we started painting, so I'm going to try to speed up again.
Retros.
Good evening to you, Eternal. How you doing today, man? Now loop that for 3 hours. Take that clip and loop it for 3 hours. And then come to me and tell me that's really what you want. More titanium white, more titanium white. Let's draw that out. Draw that out. Exclamation point Rainy River is what you're looking for there, Roland. You have Axel Forge. Rainy River Designs is the company run by our very own Kursala and Data Nerd. They have their own line of acrylic paints, not to mention flocking materials for miniatures. Some tanks of Kursala's own design. Number of other products over there, including Thunderhead Studio merch. It is quite the place to check out. Some real kick-ass tanks, I agree. If you're into 6mm sci-fi, it is the place to be. Rainy River Designs paints are pretty damn sweet, too. God, these lance heads are fucking extreme. You know, lances aren't kidding, but I don't know that you need a blade quite this aggressive on the end of most lances. All you need is something good and sharp to penetrate, but this thing is going to go through you and keep on going. Calm down, man. Don't you tell me how to lance my life, Dad. It's not a phase, okay? This lance is who I am now. It's called a lance. Hello. You gotta be careful with it, Merlin. You'll go blind. Or get hairy palms. One of the two. Maybe both. On the helmet here. And yeah, I'm definitely thinking a little titanium white after this blend has cured is what's is going to be the finishing touch. But that's okay. It's okay. If we've got one step after the major paint sesh, that's still doing pretty damn good. As far as I'm concerned. Again, I'm not going to really bother with the other side of the helmet just because there's no angle of this model where you can see the other side of the helmet. I mean, a little bit. I'm going to get the face from this side. Just sloppily and just so I can say I did it. I got some Mars Black. I haven't really used much of it yet, so I can't speak to it, but I understand it's quite a warm black. Well, you know, Mars Black is made with iron oxide, so it's gonna be warm. It's gonna have those ruddy tones to it when you thin it out. Unexpected keeps giving me shit for using lamp black, and I don't get it. I like lamp black. I've found a number of good uses for it so far. I think he's just trying to hold me back. Oh, only for... Okay, I misinterpreted. I misinterpreted. Yeah, check out that spreadsheet, by the way, guys. That is a fantastic resource for those of you interested in getting started with oil painting. Unexpected is also a man to follow if you're interested in oil painting. He does a lot of it on his stream, and he is damn good at it. Better than I am by a long shot. Much more experienced. Also recommend following the indubitable Matt Yee, as well as Wapelius and Steel Rebel are two other excellent painters to check out if you're interested specifically in oil painting. Is Grim Nation Hobbies around? Yeah, there he is. Grim Nation Hobbies is another one to check out for oil painting specific interests. There's a lot of people doing oil paints these days. It's really kind of come into fashion. Which, I mean, for good reason. It's interesting. It's sort of a good artistic break from using acrylics. I've only been doing it for a few months myself. Alright, I'm just making a mess on this lance, so I'm just gonna say, yeah, that's good, and I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm not really achieving what it is I'm trying to do, so we're just gonna move on. Might try to catch... I can just get the bottom of the eye slit on the other side of the helmet. That's all I want to get, but of course it's behind the shield. I'm not going to do sub-assemblies, so I'm just going to do it the old-fashioned, difficult way. Just want to catch that. Grab my glorb paint and pull it down into a blend into the rest of the darkness on the helmet. That works. Yeah, sure. That'll do. Let's move on to some other bits, because honestly, you know what? I think I'm mostly done. I'm mostly done with the metal. We're looking for quick paint schemes. I'm at a couple hours painting now. We've actually done quite a lot. I don't want to get bogged down. Ooh, there's some green that I wanted to do. It was on the shield itself. Why didn't I do that earlier? Why am I such a dum-dum? Well, that's okay. We can fix that. Not me being a dum-dum, but we can fix what I forgot. This isn't Flowers for Algernon. Flowers for Algernon is a reference that Matt Yee won't get, because he's illiterate. I mean, am I wrong? He's probably gone. Oh, there he is. He's looking up what illiterate means. If those streamers could read, they'd be very upset. By God, that Yi has a family! I'm just a booty streamer, give me a break. Yeah, I know that we're not quite keeping up to your usual erudite standards, Yi. Oh, there's something I can do. Push the shield a little further. Let's get this seam here. In your defense, I don't know many people who have read Flowers for Algernon. Read a watered-down textbook version in middle school. Interesting story. I can also recommend the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode Flowers for Charlie, which is essentially the same story but much funnier. Or the movie Charlie, spelled with a Y, which is also the same story but dramatic. It is the story of a mentally deficient man who receives an experimental brain surgery to increase his ability to think. And it makes him a genius, but only temporarily, and then he reverts back into his natural state. My intent had been to use more of this green up here on the shield. I don't know how this is gonna look. But we're gonna try it regardless. So not Watership Down. No, a different story. Different story entirely. Well, I don't have any beer right now. I'm actually out. It is being retrieved. Ah, that counts for 3. Not really entirely sure what I'm trying to do with the green on the shield. I just wanted there to be some green. I'm trying to keep it with a little bit of a gradient. To do something more complex, I might do some scratches on top of it or something like that, but I'm not going to worry about that for now. Ooh, oh, nope, don't want to do that. Stop what you're doing. Pull some green back in. There we go. There we go. That's better. Just to kind of contrast with the blue of the steel, you know? The vodka drink. Oh, God, no. Putting these nights up on Instagram when they're done. Merlin Models, I put everything up on Instagram, dude, because nothing that I do means anything if I don't share it with the denizens of the internet and count the number of times that they like it. I mean, what? You think I'm painting these because I like art? Like, come on, man. Does anything mean anything if it's not posted on Instagram? I posit not. Gonna give him a shield crest? That's a big maybe, Gimishkar. Possibly. Wait and see is what I'm gonna go with. Nice vibrant red 1/3 stripe. Yeah, maybe red or like a yellow, like a gold stripe going from corner to corner, like from here to here. That's a possibility. I'm going to focus on getting the basic green down, because if I'm going to put another color over it, I'm going to do it after the green cures. One way or the other, it'll be after this initial coat of green has cured. So, academic for the moment. It's a nice rich green though, isn't it? Yeah, it does the job. Yeah, the Vader, this Vader, when you're doing this style of lightsaber, like, this model is all about the golden angle. If it is not at the golden angle, it does not look like, this looks like shit. But, you know, we gotta make sacrifices sometimes. Dr. Rhino, go get yourself some fucking sleep, man. Been up since 2 a.m.? What the hell's wrong with you? For the love of God, go get some sleep. And folks, if you're not following Dr. Rhino, do yourself a favor. Get on over there, drop that man a follow. Fantastic stream, fantastic person! Oh my God, so much better than me. It's disgusting. I become a better person just by being in his chat sometimes, which should tell you how awful I really am. Okay, alright. You know what? Boom. Done with that, done with the little bits of leather. Let's work on some gold. We haven't touched the gold at all yet, and we have about 1 hour left to work. And again, I'm very curious how far we can get. How good of a paint job we can get with one stream's worth of painting. I have a few uses for ochre yellow, so let's start them up. Actually, I need to do one thing before I do that. What are people's experiences using Van Dyke Brown as a base for gold? Of all the people to be here, Steela Rebel coming in, tagging out for Dr. Rhino. Steela, what do you think of Van Dyke Brown as a base for gold? Should I do this or Burnt Umber? What do you think? I'm trying to figure Van Dyke Brown out, and I'm not quite there yet. Bark Axe Miniatures coming in real hot with that raid. Welcome in, Raiders. We are over here slapping oil paint down on a mini from Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings, and trying to see just how far we can get in one singular painting session with about an hour left. You prefer burnt sienna, huh? Where's my burnt sienna? Let me pull some of that out. Maybe we'll give that a try. Yeah. Barkax, how you been, man? How's things? How's tricks? How's the stream? How was your stream? What have you been working on, my dude? You can feel free to go ahead and drop something in the Storm Report if you want us to see it a little bit later. We're working on this here Household Night for the 100 Kingdoms. Been using Van Dyke Burnt Umber mixed with dioxazine. It's awesome. That's already too complicated for what I'm doing. You're far too good for what it is we're doing here, Stila. But I will try a little bit of Van Dyke. The only reason I think I might do that over Burnt Sienna is just it has a nice, real deep tone to it. I guess I could. Should I do some purple in there? Oh God, decisions. Stream is good. Been all over the place with minis. Painted some Mandalorians for Star Wars Legion today. That's fucking awesome. That is awesome. We've been doing a teeny little bit of Legion lately. We've been painting up Vaders. We got our boy Anakin here done. I guess he's not quite done. I need to make some adjustments. But Legion minis are fun to paint, man. Van Dyke is pretty transparent. That's fine. I've got a pretty dark base everywhere that I want to do gold already. Never, ever apologize for raiding and running. That's what I assume everybody's gonna. You've been streaming, man. Go stretch your legs. Go do something else. I'm gonna put a touch of dioxazine in here. We're gonna do a touch of dioxazine just because, you know what, we're using oil paints. We might as well get funky with it, you know what I mean? Why the hell not? Any Battletech painting streamers you know of / recommend that are online when I typically end the stream? Or anyone in chat for that matter. Always looking for examples to learn from. Most people don't paint Battletech exclusively. Most painters who do Battletech you're gonna find are a combination. Or once in a while they'll do Battletech. I know Teal Sakiri's done some Battletech. Did Colonel Matthew Steiner, did he ever do a stream? I feel like he did. Thick Mike used to do Battletech streams, but I don't even think he streams painting anymore. Why am I using such a giant brush for this when I'm trying to be careful? That's stupid. What's his name? He just changed his name. Shit, I can't think of it. There's a guy who does a lot of Battletech painting, and I can't think of his name right now because he just changed it. Please do, Merlin Models. It's a great game, and I'm always happy to evangelize. Conquest is a pretty great game. It's my replacement after the death of Rune Wars, the miniatures game, which is one of my favorite games of all time. But unfortunately, Fantasy Flight Games pretty much axed that one when they really got into Star Wars Legion, and then they got out of doing miniature games altogether, so it doesn't look like Rune Wars will ever be coming back. It's a shame. It was still one of my favorite games. Goddamn, Rune Wars is a great game. Alright, so I'm putting down this combination of dioxazine purple and Van Dyke brown. Anywhere that I'm going to be doing some Latin work, which is a fancy way of saying brass. Which is technically more yellow than gold is, but, you know, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't. How are you doing today, Stila? It is fantastic to see you. I hope you slept well, and I hope you got some coffee before you came in here. And folks, if you're not already following Stila Rebel and you have any interest in oil painting minis at all, there is a stream you need to be following. She is on pretty late at night for those of us in the West. She is Asian-based, and thus her time zone is a little bit wonky for some of us, but if you are like me and a night owl who's often up at 2 a.m., you'll be able to catch her. And just a reminder, I do have a bounty out on Stila Rebel's tiny stein, which she got from her mom. It's an adorable little stein that she drinks from. And I will reward you with 30,000 Thunderbucks if you can bring it to me, dead or alive. Disclaimer, Thunderbucks are non-redeemable for real currency. Hey, I'm not the one who's going to be stealing it. I just put the bounty on it. Give me a break. I'm really trying to keep moving here because I'm curious how far we can get in one painting session. This has actually been pretty productive so far, but I'm getting into the details and I'm necessarily slowing down. But still, I've got most of this mini to a point where I'd be happy calling it done, minus like, you know, this fabric needs some work, the leather needs some work, obviously the gold all needs work, but the vast majority of this mini, I'd be pretty comfortable going, yeah, sure, fine, why not, it's done. I'm trying to establish a new level of what I'm calling a tabletop quality paint job. What about an exact replica? Well, if I get a tiny stein and I go to I almost said Thundersteel, that's ridiculous. I go to Steela's stream and I see her drinking out of the original, I mean, I'll know what you've done. You're trying to pass off your counterfeits. Can Thunderbucks be redeemed for Hextech at a reasonable exchange rate? 1 Hextech per 50,000 Thunderbucks. So no. not even remotely. Truth be told, they're pretty worthless. The Thunderhead studio economy is in a shambles. Which one is the true Stein? What if we exchange Steela's Stein for the replica? Ooh, now we're getting into something. Now we're getting into the saga of the Tiny Stein, and that's something I'm very interested in. A little more white spirits. That is more purple than brown. Let's get a little more Van Dyke in there. That dioxazine purple really takes over if you let it. Oh, has anybody else been watching that K-drama zombie show I was talking about a little bit ago? All of Us Are Dead? Because if you took my last mention of it as a recommendation, I reversed that recommendation. That show's a big piece of shit. I watched it. I watched all 12 episodes. It was 4 episodes too long, and it still sucked. It got so fucking bad by the end. It was, such a slog. I finished watching it just because I had already watched so many episodes. I'm like, well, I guess I'm going to see where this is going. It's not going anywhere good. I was so sick of it by the end. A few times I questioned, like, do I really need to see where it's going to end just because I've watched so much of it? Maybe I just quit watching it, but I kept going, and I still regretted it. Oh, I'm going to do these in green, too. Well, okay, I'll get those later. That's no big deal. I just got to remember what I'm doing. Want to check out the Asian moon horror thing? That would be, what's that one called? That's the one where they go to the moon. Fuck. I watched that one. It's okay. It's not really that spooky gimmish car. I've noticed something with the Korean zombie horror thriller stuff. They have this obsession with the notion of, and then there's one person who gets infected by the thing that kills you, but it doesn't kill them. Instead, it makes them into a super sexy superhero. But they're misunderstood and And, yeah, it does that. It does that, and it's not great. I'm so sick of that trope. They do the same thing in All of Us Are Dead. It's like, oh, but then there's one person who gets infected and they turn into a super sexy superhero zombie. It's like, oh, shut the fuck up. God damn it. Silent Sea does the same thing, and it really, like, Silent Sea is better, but it definitely goes silly by the end. How did me going dur to dur get a follow? That's insane. In Umbra's studio, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. No one should reward me for saying these asinine things. Well, yeah, but that plot's okay in a video game when you're playing as the character. Like, that's the impetus for the story in the video game. But in a dramatic show, it's not as good. And particularly not when they do it every fucking single time. Oh my god, it gets so old. All of Us Are Dead has 2 really good episodes, and then everything after that is just a downward spiral. I never even looked at Maze Runner. I remember that coming out, and I remember thinking, oh, it's the Hunger Games, but dumb-er. And I don't think I'm wrong with that, but I just had no interest in seeing it. The Death Cure, or whatever the hell the last one is called. It's like the worst title for anything that has ever been. The Death Cure. Nope, I take that back. Attack of the Clones is the worst name for anything that has ever been. What the Christ were they thinking? Oh, never mind. I know what they were thinking. Yes, George Lucas, sir, right away. That's what they were thinking. You're paying the bills. That's what they were thinking. Alright, I think that's all the Latin work I really want to do, so let's start highlighting that up. It really is. That's the Netflix mood, though, to Square. Netflix shows are so weird. They're almost always 4 episodes too long, and they start off like really strong and then go downhill fast. Not always true, but in many cases I have found that to be the case. Alright, let's get some Yellow Ochre kicking.
Super sexy superhero.
And, like, it'd be one thing if they wanted to have sexy, or they wanted to have, like, you know, zombie characters who became half zombies and got superpowers and, like, but they had to be all gross and ugly to do it, but it's always like, oh, they got, like, their eye looks a little funny, but they're still basically, you know, attractive young Korean people, and it's like, oh. I was really hoping that you'd have a gross half of your face, at least. Was really hoping that you would look particularly nasty, but no such luck. Everybody's got to be pretty because this is made for children. Razzie Dazzy, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I hope you're having a good day out there. There's going to be some touch-ups after this, but I'm going to carry on. carry on into some yellow ochre. Oh, you know what I started watching, though? Is Season 2 of Raised by Wolves. And holy shit, that show. Some really killer performances in Raised by Wolves. I like that show so much. So trippy, so fucking weird, so far out, and so enjoyable. Just crazy enjoyable. Ridley Scott is a lunatic, and I am here for it. Yeah, it started to fall apart in the second season because they weren't really sure what the hell they were doing, Gimish Carr, but I think they brought it together for the final season pretty well. I liked Season 3. Season 1 was really strong, and then Season 2, I really think the showrunners had no idea what the future of the show looked like. They were like, I guess they just want more, let's make more. I'm amazed that TNT were the people who initially ordered Raised by Wolves, right? It's so strange. It is not their usual fare at all. And it's HBO who has it now, which makes sense. HBO does wacky shit. HBO will go all out. But man, some of the performances, and the whole nature of the show is so baffling. Maybe it's going nowhere, but Raised by Wolves is one of those rare shows where I feel like if it's going nowhere, I'm fine with it, because the journey to get nowhere is so trippy and entertaining that I just don't care. I just don't care. The whole story with the Mithraic and the atheists and the necromancer androids, like, it's so trippy and compelling. It's so compelling. Dude, Falling Skies, that was an interesting one too, because it's like, Falling Skies, I don't think it ever got bad, but it definitely got played out by the end. And like, it was really interesting at first when there were a bunch of mysteries, and then it's like the more they did fan service and the more they answered the questions that the mysteries were bringing up, the less interesting the show got. But they did end it. It had an ending, didn't it? I remember there being an ending. I remember there being an ending. KC Special, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Alright, let's apply some of our blending to the initial work we've got for the gold. Probably the gold's going to be the most time-consuming part of this. I've done a little bit of NMM gold in oil, and this is all fairly experimental, so I'm just telling myself that if it's not perfect on the first one, we'll just do it better on the next few, right? Thinking Naples Yellow is going to follow this up. Yeah, the other aliens showed up, and they're like, there's good guy aliens fighting the bad guy aliens, and we're friends with the good guy aliens, and they look kind of a little bit more human, and I'm like, I don't feel like this show has themes anymore. I feel like things are just happening. Moving along, not lingering too much. Let's try throwing down some Naples yellow and see how it changes the story here. I think a heavier than I have done with the yellow ochre is ultimately going to be the answer. Because there's a lot of brown going on here and I didn't blend the yellow very well. But this is why we keep practicing and keep trying new things. A mock-up of the oil paints rack you could show me at some point, so I'm kind of look at. So this is really nothing more than just kind of a vertical holder that happens to fit into a few slots that I have in my little roller thing here. I want to come up with a better solution. This is, for me, very much just a temporary one. I'll be happy to take pictures of it when it's done, but I don't regard it as any sort of masterpiece. It's very much a better than what I've got now until I can come up with a better solution answer. Let's grab another brush here, a fresh brush that I haven't used for any blending. I'd rather not muss up my yellows too much with anything but the purple that they've already been put over. As it is, they're basically disappearing the second I try to blend them. Maybe if I thin them out a little bit. That might be worth doing. I think the colors are good, I'm just not quite landing where I want to with it. Let's thin you out a little bit, yellow ochre. Lay you in a little more traditionally. Honestly, maybe I'm thinking too much like an acrylic painter. Maybe I should go straight to my Naples yellow. And then blend that out. And see how that mingles with the purple. If that works, that's simpler than what I am doing, and I think it might yield better results. I definitely want it very yellow, because I'm thinking this is more brass than it is gold. Gold has different tones to it than brass does. real gentle with my blending touches here. I'm really just touching the tip of the brush to the surface. I'm not really pulling anything anywhere. It's not bad. It's a little incompetent, but whatever. Let's move on to the next one and see if we can do better on that one, yeah? What I might do, in fact what I should do, the final step should be... just coming in with a little bit of titanium white. Not a lot of it. But a touch and going thin over thick here. Remembering that this is meant to be a metallic surface. I think I'm going too soft on my yellows. Well, this is why we practice. This is how we learn. My details are kind of indistinct anyhow. And I may learn that some of these highlighting steps I prefer to do after letting the oils cure a bit. Anywho, which I suspect it is true, but I want to find out which ones, and the gold may be one of them. Sorry, the brass, the Latin, if you will. Yeah, could be way yellower than it is. I'm getting real muddy on these lower details. I mean, the color is there, which is, I guess, what matters. No, not the latinum. This latinum. There's no latinum in these bars. They're just worthless gold. God damn, that's a great episode. Damn it, Stila, why do you gotta get me thinking of, well, okay, you know, where we started, where we landed, it certainly looks golder than it did. But we're gonna call this good, we're gonna move on, we're gonna refine. We're gonna refine and do better. That's the ticket. Refine and improve. Plank Walker, welcome in, my friend. Only got a half hour left to find out how far I can get in one paint session. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Gimishkar. Maybe instead of doing 4, because I did 4 points on this, and maybe if I stick to 2 primary and spread them out a little bit more, that'll look better. Because then I can push the yellow a little further in each case. But still stick to that volumetric shape. Push it to the limit. Limit. Past the point of no return. Heraldry would make them pop. Robin likes his ladies to pop. It's true, Groban does like his ladies to pop. This is such a weird little ridge. I have no idea how to highlight it. I'm just going to pick a spot and do a gradient. Probably like so. That'll have to do. It's a weird little ridge. As long as it's broadly yellow, it doesn't have to be perfect non-metallic metal to still look right. It's just providing some warm contrast for all the cool armor plates, you know? Corbin likes his ladies to pop, pop, pop! Corbin, my man. I think that was the peak of Bruce Willis's career. I really do. Now, admittedly, he started off very, very high. Very high on the hog indeed with films like Die Hard. But after The Fifth Element, it was kind of all downhill. Nothing was ever better than that. Some things were good, some things were okay, and most recently, everything has been complete and utter shit. Unless there's someone in chat who would like to defend Apex, in which case, please try. Hey, what's up, O'Coral? How you doing? I mean, Chris Tucker remains as funny as he ever was, in my opinion. Though, admittedly, I haven't seen anything with Chris Tucker in it in a good long while now, so I guess I can't really speak to that. Yeah. Oh, Coral, you haven't seen Apex. I don't believe you. I appreciate your contrarian nature rearing its head, but I don't believe you. He and his ex crashed your high school graduation? Is that true? Jacoby Ross, MCB himself coming in. My man, how you doing? How's tricks? How's streaming? What are you up to today? Folks, go give Jacoby Ross a little clicky click, a little follow there. One of my personal favorite variety streamers here on Twitch, a chat that I am in quite a lot of the time, and one of the people who got me started streaming. Also the creator of several of our neat little our transition screen, and a number of stream elements here. He's not a creator of stream elements, that's a company. but elements of my stream. Knew a girl whose cousin babysat for him and Demi. Kind of set my opinion of him at that point. I've heard he's kind of a jackass. Hey, Majin. How you doing, brother? How's life treating you fine folks? Well, I hope. Yeah, we're trying some new things, and we're trying to paint fast today, which I'm kind of succeeding at. I've slowed down since I've gotten to the gold work, but you know, I'm gonna try to speed it back up. I keep catching myself. I'm not good at painting minis fast, but I'm trying to get better at it. Just slapping down paint and calling it a day, you know? Oh, you know, it's going. It's going. People still show up to the stream, so I guess I gotta be doing something right, you know what I mean? If there's anyone in chat who does not know, I'm going to take this opportunity to go ahead and mention that we, in just about 1/2 of 1 Earth hour, 1 standard Arn, if you will be having our usual art review that we do at the end of every stream called The Storm Report.
Welcome,
if you've
everyone,
got some art you'd like
to
to share.
Thunderhead Studios.
This is important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't, for the love of God. Don't do it. I'm inviting you to send me some pictures. I'm inviting you to share what you find artful with us. Don't make it your junk, for the love of God. But if you'd like to share some art with us, if you're a miniature painter, if you do canvas, if you do cross-stitch, if you do woodworking, whatever it is you do that's creative, we would love to see it. We do this every single stream, and I would love to see some of your art in the report. It's so easy to do. All you gotta do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord. You can hit ! Discord in chat to get a link over to there. Check out the rules, make sure that you are willing to conform to all of them, and then jump into the channel marked The Storm Report and post a picture, and we will go ahead and take a look at it. If you would like some feedback, we're welcome to give it. If you just like to show off, that's fine too. It can be painted, it can be unpainted, it can be half-painted, it can be anything. Anything you want. Anything you feel like sharing. I maintain that we are our own worst critics, and I don't mean our harshest critics so much as I mean we're uniquely unqualified to judge our own work. I think it's important to get eyes on your work, and it's a good place to do that. Just sharing to Instagram, just sharing to Reddit can be so frustratingly counterproductive. You know, it's not even like you post and people go, oh, this sucks, you're a bad painter. More often than not, you post and just nobody fucking says anything, and that is so much more frustrating. So much more frustrating to me than people saying I'm a bad painter. Is nobody saying anything at all. So about all I can really promise with the Storm Report is, you know what, somebody's gonna get eyes on. And I can't promise I'll have the most to say, but I'll say something. I can't always promise my advice will be good, but if it is solicited, I will give it. Yeah, it's incredibly frustrating. I hate that. I hate that when I post to Reddit and it's just like if you don't get a certain number of upvotes on Reddit in the first 10 minutes, your shit's just buried. Particularly if you're posting to a popular subreddit like our mini painting. Just buried. Just no one will ever see it. And you won't even get... You'll get no feedback at all. I hate that crap. Even hearing, this sucks and you should do better, is so much better than just crickets. That is unfortunately what I get so often on social media. Man, I can't even get people to comment on Facebook. It's the easiest thing in the world to get people to comment on shit on Facebook. That's what everybody goes there to do, is post random uneducated comments on literally everything. They see my minis and they go, and they move on. And I'm like, oh, that's great. Now I don't know what I did wrong. Oh, God. Virtual mini painting. Yeah, I saw that. That seems absolutely nuts. What is the draw of that exactly? Just paint a fucking mini. Virtual mini painting, you don't even get a painted mini at the end of it. At least painting minis, you get something. I mean, no criticism if it's a game that you enjoy, I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. Yeah, crickets if you're lucky, right? You gotta pay extra for the crickets. That's oh my god, Voxel Forge. You wanna stream on Twitch? Stream to the art section playing Virtual Mini Painter and see if anybody notices. They're like, wow, this mini looks really good. You're really talented. How is it that you're just sort of touching the brush to the mini and whole parts are turning colors? How are you doing that? Can you teach me this technique? How do you get your base coat so smooth? It's almost like you're just changing the color. It's amazing, really. Let's do a little blendy blend. Let's see if this yellow work is working out. Yeah, that's not bad. That's better than the first one, particularly when I work this up to Naples yellow and a touch of titanium white. I think that's going to look good. Ugh, these are the worst. These little danglies, I'm not getting those good at all, but nah, whatever, we're moving on. We're learning lessons. Lesson number 1, paint better, faster. We get a lot of entries, Dark Traveler, and part of the challenge is that I do go over all of them before I am able to go and take my break and get something to eat. I do want to see what you're posting. If you get channel points saved up, you can spend some of those to get an additional slot that you can use, or alternatively, we clear the channel after the stream, and you can go ahead and post right away for next time's stream. We stream 3 times a week. There's going to be Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday, so if you want to get one in for the next Storm Report, that's real easy to do. Alright, let's do some Naples yellow. So we're not going to finish this guy in one paint session, but I do think I can do one of these guys in a day. Particularly since, you know, streaming while you paint necessarily slows you down. It's like, nobody paints as fast while streaming as they do while just listening to music and futzing around, you know? What I'm saying, dear chatters, is this is all your fault. You know what? Get some have one of those. Hellspawn, yeah, I'd be happy to post I've posted pictures of it a few times, but yeah, I'll take another picture and post it up. Be happy to. Work. Zug. Something need doing? What type of paints and brushes do I use most of the time? Oh man, oh man, oh man. So it depends, oils or acrylics. Pick one and I'll tell you, oils or acrylics. Lately I've been doing a whole lot of oils. For acrylics, okay, my personal favorites, I always have to recommend Pro Acryl because so far they have just been kicking ass with their paints, but they are expensive and they can be hard to find. They're really, really popular. Rainy River Designs, a company run by our very own mods, Kursala and Data Nerd, do some really nice acrylics that I've been using more and more lately, particularly as I run out my Reaper Master series, which used to be a favorite, but have kind of fallen out of my favor. So yeah, Rainy River Designs, Pro Acryl, those are definite favorites. I really don't touch Citadel, almost at all. Not because they make bad paints, but because they come in those awful pots and I cannot be asked to transfer them to droppers, which that's just how they always should have been in the first place, and it's bullshit that they come any other way. As far as brushes go, I'm very partial to Winsor & Newton Series 7 Sable brushes. I also get a lot of use out of Game Envy's Sable brushes. They're very well priced and have so far been pretty high quality. I'm also using Game Envy's Phalanx Synthetics for my oils. In general, Game Envy has some pretty high quality brushes. Matt Yee uses Citadel paints. Well, yeah. Matt Yee also spends like 20 minutes on his stream rating the asses of various Games Workshop products. I'm not even remotely exaggerating. That happens. Dead Sky 1, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Me not that kind of orc. He did it. No, he did it. Warcraft 2 was like one of the last times that I can remember being happy. Just in life. Oh god. What am I doing? Somewhere in there, maybe while I was actually playing Warcraft 2, my brain lost the capacity to generate serotonin at quite the quantities that it used to. I think I grew up while I was playing Warcraft 2, and it's just never been the same. God, these little medallions just look like shit, but I'm not gonna dwell on them. I got too much else to do. I wouldn't say that they... I think I just mostly replaced them with Pro Acryl and Rainy River Designs, not really because Reaper was doing anything poorly, but just because my tastes kind of changed. I'm gonna be trying Army Painter's speed paints when my pre-order comes in. I'm curious about them. Again, I don't really like Citadel. I don't like to buy anything from Citadel if I can help it, even though I do use a couple of their products. But, like, contrast paints, I pretty much... Not that they're bad. Again, I just don't like Citadel products. Yeah, they're not sending me a set early to try or anything like that, Stila. I'm paying money, and I'm going to try them, and if I don't like them, I'm going to go, these fucking suck. I'm always a little suspicious of those reviews myself. I know people are like, oh, but such and such has a big reputation to uphold, and I'm like, yeah, they also have getting free shit from the company to uphold, so I'm not casting any aspersions. Have Pro Acryl full paint line, excited for their washes, and have a bunch of the Green World Stuff FX paints. I haven't used Green Stuff World. Oh, that messed up my brain, Hellspawn. I haven't really used any of their other stuff. Other than, I think I have some of Green Stuff World's, like, rollers and Green Stuff specific, like, tools, you know? Thin out that Naples yellow. I'm putting it on way too thick. I'm liking Naples yellow. It's a good warm highlight color without going straight to titanium white, which is a weakness of a lot of my painting in oils lately. So I end up having to go straight to titanium white. When I do that, everything gets desaturated, nothing looks right. I don't maintain the colors that I want. This is definitely the slowest going so far, but I think that as I do more of it and I develop an actual formula, I'll feel better about it. As it is right now, I'm just kind of making it up as I go. Ah, fuck it. Fuck the details. Just slather it in there. Off-white yellow for highlights rocks! What are you highlighting rocks for, Stila? That's weird. Steela's a weird girl. You know she was born without a face? Every year, hundreds of miniature painters are born without faces. For just $5 a month, the cost of a Twitch subscription, you could help one of these faceless painters. Those are highlighted stones. Thank you very much. Big difference. Big difference. I feel like this gold is going to look like absolute dog shit when I'm done with it. I'm just going to keep going. I'm just going to keep going, and hopefully the next ones will be better. Damn it. Why am I doing this to myself? I could just use metallic paints. Oh, that's right, because I'm trying to grow as an artist. God. I blame Stila. This is all her fault. I'm gonna hit it with a couple dabs of white, and then I think we're gonna blend it out. And we are going to be almost at time for the storm report, so I'm gonna take the opportunity to take a short break, grab myself something to drink, take a quick bio break, and when I get back, we'll go ahead and launch right into the storm report. So let's make this part quick. I'm just gonna throw down a couple glorbs, if you will, of titanium white at my highest highlight points. Too much paint. What am I doing? It's too much paint and too thick of paint. Let's calm that down a bit, shall we? I think I'm doing this wrong, but this is a Hail Mary, so I don't care. I think pretty much all this metallic is going to call for a revisitation of titanium white once the primary colors have had a chance to cure anyway, because it's just going to help really make that transition stark. Which is what you want. On a non-metallic metal surface, you really want kind of a small area of a real harsh glare to sell the effect. Oh god, what have I done? My hand is shaking like crazy tonight. It is off the chain. Why do you keep your hand on a chain, you might wonder? Well, idle hands at the Devil's Workshop. WJ, you have a fantastic night, my friend. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Let's grab our blendy brush and just do a couple quick dabs. Yeah. These guys aren't going to be quite single session, but maybe as I do more of this, I'll get faster. I don't know. Still, I think I'm okay with this paint. I'm more okay with this paint scheme than what we were doing before. This is kind of a muddy mess. Oh well. We'll work more and we will refine more. But I think it's moving in the right direction, which is the important detail. Okay. Okay. So, started at what? 5:30? So this is 3 hours of painting. For 3 hours, I don't feel too bad about this. The suns in the middle of the gold rondelles need done. The horse's legs, eyes, hooves, basically all the bare horse parts. Like the tail, they all need done. But I don't think those parts are going to be particularly difficult. I really focused in on the gold parts, which are the most challenging. There at the end. Those techniques need work. I'm not super duper happy with them, but you know, as long as they're yellow and kind of shiny looking, I'm going to call them good and move on to the next one. And yeah, hey, you know what? Applying our average viewing distance rule. Like, I mean, shit. You can tell what it is, can't you? I think the green and the red really works. I definitely think mingling these colors a bit more than I was is working in my favor. And yeah, I think once the green has a chance to cure, maybe doing a slash of gold or something like that on the shield is going to look good. It's definitely not a triangle. Well, you're right. You're right about that. That's something. I think a little bit more work on this guy, and I'd be happy putting him on the tabletop. Not even much. I would estimate half an hour to an hour, so I'm coming in at about 4 hours each, and I think, again, as I work more on this gold, I think it's going to get better. The other thing is that not all of them have that much gold on them. Of course, I don't have another one handy, do I? Except for the one that we started to do in this other scheme that I'm going to repaint. But, like, if you look at this guy, like, nowhere near as much gold. He'd have some gold here, he'd have some gold, maybe these vertical spars would be gold, maybe a little bit here, but none of the, like, a little bit here, but, you know, it's different. It's different on each horsey. But yeah, I'm definitely going to be redoing him in this new scheme. And keeping the shields attached, because again, I haven't touched the chest on this guy's armor, and I don't think I will, because, like, really, look, every angle that you look at this model from, when do you see his chest that it wouldn't be in a deep shadow? You don't. You simply do not. He's got his shield held pretty high. He's in a very aggressive posture where he's just kind of just peeking past his shield there to line his lance up, you know? Yeah, that's a bad look. If this is what you're seeing, you might be in some trouble. It's such a cool model, though. I think that a bunch of them done up in a group to this standard will look pretty damn good. But the point is, I've developed a method that I'm fucking happy with. That's what matters, because we were trying to do that last time and just didn't quite get there. Let me do a quick cleany swishy swish on my brushes. I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to come back and we're going to start the storm report. It will remain open until we actually start it, so if you want to get your entries in, now is the time to get those photos taken, because I will not be long, folks. And we only used 4 brushes tonight. That's not bad. I will get a palette cam now that because I'm kind of more interested in what's on my palette since I've started using oils, but I'll get a camera so you can kind of see what I'm doing over here when I'm working with the oil paints. Thank you so much for saying so, Rio. Alright, folks. Y'all just hang tight for a minute, and I'll be right back. Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god, I have these things here. These were apparently picked up at Costco. They are Girl Scouts Thin Mints pretzels. They're so good. They're so good. Oh my god.
As Cracklin' Thunder Spunk. Yeah!
That was literally the wrong button. Whoa. Hang on. I was trying to... Shit, where is it? Okay, I gotta redo my buttons. I apologize for that. I was trying to do this one.
You know, there's something about mech paint jobs that really just brings a tear to my eye. And sometimes a
Shut the
tightness
fuck up,
to my
Chaotic.
pants. This stream has a lot of the latter.
Thank you, Emil. Thank you. Alright. Let me do one more quick brush swish. Put the lid on my oil palette, and we'll roll right into the storm report, folks. Hey, what's up, Mafik? How you doing? Yeah, Emil's the best, right up until he turns into a horrible toxic waste mutant that explodes on the hood of a van driven by Ray Wise like a hefty sack full of vegetable soup. Which is one of the best scenes in that entire damn movie. I don't care. It's disgusting, and that's what makes it so good. You missed me going to the bathroom, right? It says not on stream. I was away. There's an idea, though. Get a toilet installed in my hobby room. In my office. Ooh. Ooh. That's living large, isn't it?
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
He's not wrong. Just taking a moment to make sure that I clean up properly so that I don't regret it in a few minutes. It is going to be nice having this new divider for my oil paints printed, because right now my oil paints, like how I'm storing them, is just a mess. It was fine when I had like 5 or 6 of them. But I have a lot of oil paint now, and it's very much in the way. Oh my god. These are so good. Oh my god. There's a whole bag of them. Oh shit. Wonder how bad they are for me. I mean, I'm gonna find out because I'm gonna eat the whole fucking thing. Ye demands more thighs, Mafik. Ye knows no rest. Ye knows only thirst. Let me rest, fucking damn it. You son of a bitch! Alright, let's do one last glance at our work for tonight. Which, for 3 hours work, I'm feeling pretty good about this. This is better than I could have done like a year ago, and I think as I do a few more of these guys, I might be able to get that down even faster. There isn't that much left to do. I want to do a little bit of work, obviously, down on the hooves and the... What are these called, by the way? There's a name for this, isn't there? Anyone out here into horsemanship? What is the wrapping on a horse's leg above the hoof called? I'm curious. The leather for the stirrups and the saddle needs work. The tail needs work. Basically all the bare horse parts. A little bit of fabric here, not much. There is not much left to do. I think that I could finish this up with 1 more hour's work. If I can get these guys down to 4 hours for a model that's this big, horse socks, that could very well be the answer. Like, I don't think that's right, but I'm too ignorant to actually challenge that assertion. Matt knows a knee-high sock when he sees one, I'm sure. Tack bandages or polo wraps. I knew somebody had to know. Yes, Gear Falcon, this was all done in oil. This was done in oil over the last 3 hours. And for a 3-hour paint job? Yeah, I'll put these bad boys down on the table, considering they're mostly going to be going down with... Yes, me lord. What is it? These little motherfuckers right here. They look suitably resplendent next to the pathetic fucking militia, don't they? And this little bit of, see how I did the wood on the halberd shaft and the shield here? That little texture? I'm gonna go ahead and do the same, I think, on the shaft of the lance. Oh god, to square. Oh god. We're rapidly getting to a point where Square is gonna have to redeem stream points to get me to read anything he says at all. I'm pretty much just gonna be painting these motherfuckers non-stop until I'm done. I've got 8 of them. And if I do one a day, I can do one a day. It'll probably take me a little bit more than 1 day per. Oh, I want to do green up here too. I forgot to do the little flags. Those are also going to be green. I think that's a good balance. It'll be green, green, green. And I'll do a different color for each one. Maybe, like I could do yellow. I could do red. I could do blue. Blue. My problem is I don't want any of the comparison to match with the armor. I don't want to do them all green necessarily. Well, actually, if I did them all green, that might not look bad. I'm so indecisive. Whatever. Whatever, you know? We're gonna keep painting, and we're gonna win! I'm from Buenos Aires, and I say kill them all! Alright, let's do the fucking storm report, why don't we?
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's storm report. Brought to you
there we go.
by
I was in
viewers
general
like
chat.
you.
Oh, Dino Man. Well, we're not gonna... The other one, we're gonna save that scheme for a... I can go back to it, though. That's no problem. This is the one that we started on, and I do like the look of it, but again, I want to save this for a flashier character. For, like, a Mounted Noble Lord, or for a Knighthood Order, or for a Priory Commander, something like that. For the general Household Knights, I think that this is the superior scheme. But this is what we did the other night, and this is what we did tonight, and I think that this is the way to go. Do I have a non-painted one? I do. Yeah. Why the hell not? Oh. This is one with the, I believe, all the same pieces as the one that we just painted for comparison. This is the same design of horse. There are a couple of different horses. Oh my god. Oh my god, and we get a raid? 1,000 Young? How you doing, man? Welcome in. Oh, I mean, thank you, Dark Traveler. I don't know if it's... that might be too high of praise, but I think that for a quick job using techniques that I've only been doing for a few months, I feel pretty good about this. I think we can extrapolate this onto the rest of the nights, and I think 4 or so of these guys together are going to look pretty good. Move these guys out of the way. And then we have... Hold on, I will show you 2 more since I'm doing this. Because these ones are going to be fun. These ones are going to be a lot of fun. First of all, here's my Mounted Noble Lord. On his rearing horse with its... There's going to be a lot more gold on this guy. You can see the barding on the horse is a lot more significant, and I use the same horse for my standard bearer, and you see his shield is a lot more going on. I do, yeah, this is a quick Zenithal Prime job, Dark Traveler. But he also has a cape, which gives us more fabric to work with. He has a torse and mantle on his helm that I sculpted on. So we'll have even more opportunities to do some interesting fabric stuff there. I have him holding his lance up because the horse is rearing, which if you were on a rearing horse, you would naturally kind of pull your arms back to sort of balance yourself and hunch your body forward. It wouldn't make much sense to have your lance angled downward at that point. So he's rearing up very dramatically. He'll also have some gold on his helmet. You can see there's a cross across his eyes. It's going to get that. Everything about this dude is more ornate. And then this one's going to be really fun, and I don't think I've showed you guys this yet. This is the banner. This is the banner that comes in the box for the Household Knights. This thing is fucking ridiculous. This is a big piece of plastic. And look at the shape of it too. It's out of control. And I have not decided exactly what we're gonna do with this yet. But you definitely know which one's carrying the banner when they're together. Like, it is another half. It is like the size of a full other miniature, just kind of stapled on top. Praise the sun. Yeah, Matt's all about them banners. And like the details are so deep too. They're like 3-4 millimeter deep details on both sides. It is fucking intense. Look at the tassel. Look at the tassel work along the edges. Like, this thing is crazy. I need another one, honestly. The fucked up thing is that every single unit comes with a banner now, according to the rules, and I'm like, am I really gonna have like 2 or 3 of these banners on the table? It's gonna look almost goofy, there's so many of them. Oh well. Oh well. I really do like the Mounted Noble Lord, though. I think he's a fucking cool looking figure. I had 2 Mounted Noble Lords, which is why I used the second one's horse for the banner guy. Hell of a lot better than GW banners. You are not even fooling. Not even fooling. Yee's over there painting his little Age of Sigmar banner. It's like this little kind of like underdeveloped, you know, below average, flaccid little thing. It's not much. It's not much, but you know, he tries. And I guess, you know, ultimately, it's more how you use it than really the size of it, right, Yee? And you definitely know how to use it, right, man? Like, you got a lot of experience with your Stormcast, don't you? Right? Right, Matt? It's okay, buddy. It's okay. Got that big banner energy.
It's a baby banner. He's just a little guy. Little thimble banner. Oh, good.
I think that the shaming is what will eventually get him to actually buy into Conquest. That seems like the most effective path forward. Alright, let's see what we got in the Storm Report, folks. Oh, up first we have from our very own Nano Tanks. Been a while for me, it has indeed, but I'm glad to see you back at the painting desk. But here is a battle mech, Kodiak 3D print. I think from MechWarrior Online. I didn't print it, just painted it. This is one of an interesting example of a battle mech. The Kodiak is a very, very uniquely designed mech. And it's one of the few instances where I think the MechWarrior Online guys actually did a pretty good job with it. And also CGL did a pretty fantastic job with it. Both versions of the minis that exist are really nice. This is a real dark black. Subtle weathering on the legs there. I like the gray highlighting. I gotta say, Nanotanks, I want more. Oh, thank you, Riot Sister. I want more. I want more of the edge highlighting you got going on here. It is clean, and it is subtle, and I almost kind of want it to not be so subtle, because it's just, the whole thing is this charcoal color. But at the same time, holy wow, does that yellow ever pop out. It is nice, it is smooth, it is consistent, which is very, very tricky, particularly with like a lemon yellow like this. And damn, look at how crisp those hazard stripes are. Damn, son. If I were Matt Yee, I would say those hazard stripes are gonna make me bust. But I'm not Yee. I'm a much classier guy, and I would never say that. I would never say, right, Sumitha? It's totally the fucking Kovalevsky colors. Alexander! And you make my drink taste like blood. I can totally see it. I can totally see it. Big chonky boy, Nanotanks. It's fucking awesome to see you back at the painting desk, man. Redeem the channel points during the stream. Ooh, the extra angles definitely help. The entire thing was painted yellow with an airbrush, and I masked it off to paint the rest. You know, dude, here's the thing. Paint smarter, not harder. If it works, it works. And that's a fucking great idea, so that you're not trying to hand apply yellow over and over and over and over to get the consistency that you want. That definitely explains why the yellow is so smooth and so nice. And here's the thing. This is a strategy that people use even when you're just painting hazard stripes onto a piece. You do the yellow first, because it is way, way easier to paint black over yellow than it is to paint yellow over black. So do the yellow first and put the black over top. You're going to save yourself a lot of time. Nanotanks, it came out wonderful. I love the weathering on the legs, man. And that deep kind of maroon dirt. See, like, I want more definition on the mech, but I have to say that the subtle definition you have on the base, this is perfect. Look at that kind of deep, ruddy maroon. Ooh. That's beautiful, and the very subtle dusting that goes up the legs. This is my favorite part. This is my favorite part right here. Lovely work. Lovely, lovely. Here we have from Sahur Pinu. Did 2 steps at once this time. Not sure if I went too heavy on the wash again, though. Decided to do a fun skin color and notch the blade up a bit. Cut into the side a bit, but the paint covered that. After looking at it some more, rather tempted to call it done with a darker look to it all. As is the leather, has a coppery look, and the skin has some slight highlights already. Plus, black chainmail is kind of cool. Only issue is that the textured parts still show quite a bit of gray. The textured part showing gray isn't too much of a problem. This shot's a little out of focus, so it's hard for me to see the details except for the sword and the shield you got going over here. I definitely like the blue skin. I would say that if your paint is covering up notches you're cutting in the blade, you want to do 2 things. Number 1, you want to thin your paints a little bit more. Number 2, cut the notches deeper. Don't be afraid. Really, don't be afraid to overemphasize your details. Like, a notch out of the blade that would be like, 2 inches wide in real life, it would look ridiculous on a full-size blade, but on a mini, it looks just right. Don't be afraid to really dig in there and make your details pop out. And then don't be afraid to go ahead and hit the edges of that with like a real stark white or bright white silver. Just more rough the edge up. Well, don't be afraid to cut in there. I think this mini looks pretty nice, Sahul, from the time that we've seen you painting. We got some nice blue here on the, definitely the blue across the body has wound up looking a little bit samey, although the shadows are good, but this right here has some nice highlights on it. Take this as an example and try to make the rest of it look like that, and you're going to have a real good blue skin. Real good blue skin. I would not say, because I'm really encouraging people these days, don't necessarily go back and focus on this mini and do and redo and go over it over and over again. Paint something else. Paint something else. Take the lessons that you've learned on this mini, take the things that you don't like about this, and take it to the next one, and think about them while you're doing the painting, and I promise you, your next job is going to come out better. Really nice work, though, and thank you for sharing with us. Here we have from Journeyman Paint Hour, almost done with my Comstar group, trying a new cockpit style on the Highlander and Mercury, sorta iffy on the end result. Next up, decals and basing. As always, comments and suggestions appreciated. Edit. This post has gotten so much love on Facebook, I'm kinda confused besides the random Facebook algorithm. Does confirm I've gotten white down well. Journeyman Paint Hour. Yeah, I saw your post on Facebook, and I want to say something about Facebook posts, and I want you to bear in mind, first of all, these are fucking killer paint jobs. You have a very nice, clean white. I love the orange you've chosen for the cockpit glass, and you've really, really, saturated the shit out of it and gone all the way to yellow for the highlights. It looks really good. Great color choices. Also, the white is fairly cool, which really helps that orange pop. Facebook is weird. Facebook is real weird. First of all, congratulations on getting a bunch of likes on it. I know that always feels fucking good when that happens. You're onto something, though, in that it's not just the algorithm. The number of likes that you get on Facebook, kind of like the number of upvotes that you get on Reddit, will often have a lot to do with what time of day you posted something. the algorithm will certainly grab on to posts that get a lot of likes. But the posts that get a lot of likes are usually the posts that get a lot of comments, and that's because when it gets comments, it gets bumped to the top of the group. And so when people go into the group, they're more likely to see it, and they're more likely to like it, and they're more likely to comment on it. It is this sort of compounding cycle that is to some degree random. It can be gamed a little bit by posting when you know a lot of people are up and not at work and looking at Facebook. But if you like post in the middle of the night, you can post the best damn mini you've ever seen in the middle of the night when nobody's up, and it'll just disappear. You do it on Reddit, it's even worse, because on Reddit in like mini painting, if you post something and it doesn't get like 10 likes in the first half hour, it just poof, it's just gone. Nobody's even gonna see it. They might have upvoted it, they'll never fucking see it. And it's funny because like the Vader, the work in progress Vader I posted the other day, it's my most upvoted post on Instagram. I think it's at like 750 updoots on Instagram, and I think I got 30 likes on not Facebook, on Reddit. I think I got like 30 upvotes on Reddit, and I think I got maybe 20 likes on Facebook. Like, it might as well not exist on those platforms, but Instagram is like, yeah, sure, this is great, show it to more people. So it's social media is weird, dude. And honestly, that's part of the reason that I like this community. I like the Thunderhead Studio Showcase, and I like the Storm Report, is because I feel that you get more real feedback and you get more artist eyes on your work sometimes than you're going to get on those platforms. That said, I absolutely understand why people like him. You did a particularly great job on the lensing for the lasers. That is real tiny, and yet those come through crisp and nice. The PPC glow is this real narrow little baleful dot. The orange and gold bits pop wonderfully against the white. The white is crisp and nice. These are wonderfully painted Comguard. And the pictures are well taken too. I will say that they're white on a white background. Let me put it this way. The fact that they're white on a white background and they still look as good as they do is a testament to the paint job, because I feel like they'd look so much better against the dark backdrop. But I think that that's mostly personal preference. I like dark backdrops for my mini photos. These look fucking great, man. Journeyman Paint Hour, you did a great job on this. I think you know what question I'm going to ask, though. I think on some level you know what question I'm going to ask. How are you going to base him? How are you going to base him, Journeyman Paint Hour? Because that is the one thing that they're missing. And a good choice in basing can really seal the deal. Plus, it gives you an opportunity to post pictures of them again, which, let's face it, that feels good. These are gorgeous, though. I hate I hate that this is where the crab's cockpit is now. But the fact that you've picked it out and I can see it so clearly is testament to the quality of the paint job. Orange bases. Ye might be onto something. Martian bases, some red dust on the legs. I'm just saying, think about it. Lovely work, and thank you for sharing. Lava bases. Ooh. That could work, too. You could use some little bits of, like, cork, for some broken stone. Mafik made a TikTok. I think my audio's working. I think my audio's working. Let me pause Pretzel for a moment. And let's give this a try, why don't we?
The last thing you drew is hunting you and approaching fast. What's the last thing you drew this year?
Well, I'm fucking dead for sure, my friend.
I'm fucking dead for sure, my friend. Was that it? Because Bassinet Man is gonna come hack your goddamn head off. Oh my god, am I gonna be... Wait, does that count if I painted something? Does that mean one of these knights is gonna ride me down and impale me? I don't like that. I don't like that at all, Mafik. That's terrible. How am I gonna sleep? Oh my god, I did something right. You guys. It's a magical day. Oh, Mafik. I love the medieval stuff you've been doing lately, man, and I really want to see more of it. Here we have from Rio Hassan Pfeffer. For those who want to do negative style that I did, which broke Blunder, nobody's gonna do. Rio, you're the only person in the world who does it. The only person. Take a picture of your palette with the labels out and make a negative of it. What you do is you choose the color you want as shown. Oh, so it's just cheating. It's just cheating. It doesn't count if you don't do it all based on memory, Rio. Come on. For example, to do the auburn hair for my Teary pick, I chose light cerulean since that's the closest, and indigo for her skin. Make sure your lighting conditions are as near to identical with your reference pick as you choose your colors, since something very small can change the colors wildly. All this discovery was made possible because of an accident. I see, though. Yeah, you have to be well organized. But yeah, you get a read of what they're gonna look like. Damn it, pun expect. See what you're doing, Rio? People are gonna do this. This is gonna become a thing, and then I'm gonna have to do it because I'm a trend-chasing fucking social media junkie. And then I'm gonna hate it, yeah. This is exactly what happened with Stila and Wapple and oil paints. All over again. All over again. Rio, you monster. The Mirror Universe collection, every single thing that you paint in negative has to have a goatee. Can we make that a rule? Can that be a thing? If you're gonna do Rio's negative color method, everything has to have a goatee. Because they're from the Mirror Universe. This is like a pretty well-known rule. Pun expected, I genuinely want you to, dude. I want to see this. That's anxiety right there. God, every bit of it, isn't it? Squared, working on the glass on the Marauder, actually looks pretty good at arm's length. The recessed bottom half barely shows up if I'm looking at it on the table, so it has some detail work, but oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep. This is what I've been waiting for right here. This is well defined. And like, understand, these pictures are taken so close up. Every paint job is gonna look chonky. Up here. These transitions are gonna look chonky when you're zoomed in. But this mini is so small.
It's so tiny. It's just a little itty bitty mini.
And when you take it and you put it at arm's length, you put it on the table and you stand up, this is gonna look so fucking hot. This is it. This is it, Square. This is what I've been trying to push you to do, my man. Yeah, it's the tiniest little bit of yellow slop. This is the only thing. Oh, it's so frustrating. I do the same thing and I'm like, oh, you little bastard, I gotta go in there and fix it. You probably can't even see that at arm's length, though. Again, this is so zoom. Like, you have to understand, this square where this gradient exists, this is like 2 to 3 millimeters. This is fucking tiny. This is on a 6mm mini, where a human being would be 6 millimeters tall. It looks so good, though. It looks so damn good, Square. I'm happy. I'm happy, man. Now do it again. Do it a bunch more times. Keep going. Keep going. Yeah. Here we have from Grim Nation Hobbies, just some simple work on skin tones just to piss Thunder off. 1 hour, 45 minutes. An hour and 45 minutes spent on a total fucking twink like Prince Adam. I don't know how angry I can be. Okay, alright, fair enough. This isn't Prince Adam. He's not wearing his little pink and purple fucking frilly shirt. That's not nice of me. I'm just saying. Look at this Giga Chad. That's some pretty serious muscularity. The only thing he's missing, he's got that muscularity. He's missing a bit of that vascularity. Don't you think? Don't you think if maybe he just had some bulging veins in there? Big ol' turgid biceps. Leg day doesn't even exist in Eternia. I don't think working out exists in Eternia because literally everybody's built like He-Man in Eternia. Yeah, the anatomy of the sculpt, like, it's like they shrunk his head just a teeny little bit. Or maybe they were just trying to emphasize his muscles. Like, the skin tones are fucking just wonderful. Nice job on the hair. Good job picking up the eyes. I like the little Castle Grayskull that is disappearing into his severed torso cavity. That's an interesting touch. I like how you got in there and you actually got the wood on the door and everything. It's a wonderful paint job. It's a wonderful paint job. I'm also really uncomfortable with the fact that his nipples stick out to either side of his weird chest piece. But this has nothing to do with your paint job. This is just more my general uncomfortableness with the oddly proportioned people that live in Eternia. They're a strange bunch. I love the skin shadows, though, and good job really getting that sort of like the clavicle in there. That came out nice. Looks like a live-action Mario Goomba. It doesn't help that he's missing the lower half of his body. That might even things out. Yeah, Eternia, where even skeletons are jacked, where a man literally named Skeletor has bulging muscles. Oh my god, what were we thinking with those toys? I have no idea. I have no idea. Wonderful work on that Grim Nation for 1 hour 45 minutes. You know what? I'm not even mad, bro. I'm not even mad. I'm impressed, and I am inspired to keep going. I'll get there. I'll get there. Oils are so nice, aren't they? Here we have from Gear Falcon, 2 Deathcore of Krieg, 1 Forge World, 1 from Regular Games Workshop. Don't know if I like the red rocks or the paint jobs up close. They look a bit spotty, so don't worry about the paint jobs up close. Don't worry about the paint jobs up close. Worry about the paint jobs at 3 to 5 feet. Hold that shit at arm's length, I'm telling you. The blue looks good. I don't know about the red rocks. They do kind of throw me a little bit. I can't quite put my finger on why. Maybe if you just had 1. Maybe it's too many rocks. Yeah, that could be it. I think 1 rock. I think 1 rock is enough for these guys. Solid color picks, though. The classic blue for the storm coats. And they really do build the masks different for the Games Workshop plastic ones, don't they? I never really looked at them side by side, but the gas masks are definitively different. They have more of a skull face. He dropped the calzone. Yeah, 1. I would go for 1. Try 1 and put the other one on the other dude's base. And you know what? Give them a brown wash, too. Bring that down. They're real orange right now. And if you bring that more into sort of a red-brown register, they'll look a bit more like rocks. And that's the thing. You don't necessarily want the rocks sitting on dirt to look like you want them to be distinct from the dirt, but they're coming, like, logically, the dirt around any given rock is going to be a ground-down version of the rocks in the environment. So I think that some common tones between the rocks and the sand is also going to go a long way. Also, I would say that yellow grass on yellow sand. I don't know about that. Consider trying green? I don't know. I'd have to put some thought into that. Because, yeah, there's something just a little off about it, isn't there? Maybe it's that the minis themselves have relatively bright colors because you got the yellow and the blue, and then this is as bright as it is. I think the color is okay because I kind of like the mirroring of the color from the backpack and the mask down into the dirt that they're standing in. Maybe it's the lighting. That's entirely possible. It looks like they're really being blasted with light, and it can be hard to tell. Post them up in Showcase. Maybe try taking a few different angles, and I'm sure that we could come up with something, Gear Falcon. They're looking good, though. The minis themselves are looking fantastic. This is a question of framing, is all. And framing can be tricky. Yeah, darkening the sand might help. It really might. Finally got my setup back into the stream room. Welcome back in, Jacoby Ross. Sir Derek Jacoby Ross. A wonderful, wonderful job, Gear Falcon. We're almost there. We're almost there, baby. Here we have from Kaylee, but before we get to Kaylee, we have a follow from Rhino1972. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Here we have from Kaylee, 4 more, nearly done. I started to feel strained before I could do the last few details, and the base decided to take a break before it became a problem. Only 4 left for the Draconis Combine 4x4 block. That's damn good work. And I like to see the basing going down, too. Oh, I guess we have it on these. What was I thinking of? For a second, my brain saw texture, and then I was like, wait, no, that's bare plastic. I've been doing this too long. brain fart. Wide boy in the back. That's that king crab, baby. We gotta get you a king crab. We gotta get you a king crab. Yeah, I think you'd enjoy it. We got the Catapult K2. We got a Marauder. We have a classic Shadowhawk here. Wait, which one is that? Does he have an LRM-10 in his side torso? Which version is that? I'm not familiar with that mod. And a big old chonky dragon. Is it Dracona's Combine if you don't have a dragon in it? I don't think so. I'm trying to see OSL where there is no... that's probably it, Sumitha. My brain is broken. And again, for being done with your Apple Barrel Craft paints... Damn. Damn, Kaylee. Color me impressed. I'd like to see what you can do with some paints that are formulated a little bit better, honestly, when you're not fighting them so much. Because you've really got that down. Lovely work. Oh, here we have from Dr. Rhino, some of them cosmic rhinos. Yeah, he's look nice. With the custom heads. We got a little bit of the galaxy effect on the shoulder pads, custom decals. We got the heat discoloration on the flamethrowers for these big fisty boys. He's looking nice. He's looking nice, Doctor. I'm glad to see you doing some of your own stuff, too. We see so many things from Dr. Rhino that are like commission work that he's doing for people. It's just lovely to see him working on some of his own models for his own custom chapter. The only thing that stands out to me on this as being a little off, Dr. Rhino, is this shoulder pad here. It's in like Wild Rider Red or something? It kind of pulls me out of the scheme, if I'm being honest. The silver and then the just real, like, stop sign red. Is something supposed to go on that? I feel like if it were a matching sort of magenta to blue gradient that we have on the other shoulder, it would just look so much more natural. But I have to wonder if this is done for a specific reason, or if it's done to back a particular decal or symbol or something. I don't think for a second you would have done that with no reason whatsoever, but I have to wonder what it is, and I have to ask. Because everything looks so nice on these guys. Lovely. Lovely work. Speaking of lovely, here we have from Sam Mini. Haven't seen anything from him for a little bit. A new little one started this morning. Way to take all my work and just make me feel like a bag of shit. Oh, God. Oh, God, Sam Mini. In all seriousness, I'm gonna probably go and stare at some of Sam Mini's work to get a feel for what it is I'm doing with the gold. This is a nasty little dwarf boy, isn't he? Look at the skin tone. Look at all the purples. Look at the reds in the skin. That's a man who works the forge right there. Big meaty fingers. Love the sheen that you have on the beard. Got like a nice chestnut color to it, the NMM gold coming together nicely. And I like the kind of blue-green tones that we have in the metal shoulder pad with all the riveted bands over here. Oh, this is going to be good. I mean, anything Sam Mini does is going to be good, but this one in particular is going to be interesting when he's done with it. Very nice. Very nice, Sam Mini, and thank you for sharing your honestly incredible work with us. Here we have from Wombat Combat, working with instant colors to try some things I learned from Marco Frisoni. High-quality speed paint videos on some Piper Makes Notao. Oh, not Tao. Oh, I see. I see what that phrase is. Not Tao. Yeah, these are some real popular prints these days. Hang on a second. Instant colors. I'm not familiar with the technique that Frisoni is pushing here, but I will say that you have a lovely red gradient on this. Like really nice with the focus, with the highlights on the tops of the shoulders and then on the pelvis, the tops of the thighs, and then it looks like ends of the feet and tops of the weapons. This is a very, very effective, highly shadowed base red. I mean, a couple of details on this, particularly if you put a brighter color on the chest symbol here, like this whole thing is going to look pretty damn nice. I'm curious what technique this is. I'm going to have to look up what Frisoni has been, what Frisoni has been encouraging. I haven't watched any of his videos for a little while. Very nice work, Wombat Combat. If you have a link to the video with the technique, please share it, because I'd like to check that out. Here we have from Punexpected, a shameless plug. This Saturday, starting noon Eastern Standard Time, I'm doing a marathon stream painting this huge Thanatos bust. Saturday, come see me slap oils around. Punexpected Painting here on Twitch. First anniversary. Oh, is it really your first anniversary? That's fucking awesome, dude. Congratulations. I'm gonna have to make sure I show up. It's so tiny, though. Why is the picture so tiny? Why do you do this to me? This is absolute murder. Other things and more? Question mark, exclamation point. I think I really got a grip on it there. Look at that. It's not going anywhere. Just really throttling up on it, you know? Yeah, I like the flared bass too. That's a good look. That's fucking exciting. Congratulations, Punexpected. And yeah, folks, if you're not following Punexpected and you've enjoyed or even are curious about the oil painting I've been doing tonight, please go give him a follow. He's much more experienced with it than I am. Here we have from Bridget Wolf. No origami today. Sorry, but here's a digital piece I completed the other day on stream. My fursona exhibits to us that feeling I think we've all had at some point or another in our lives, when we feel we've hit rock bottom with depression, anxiety, imposter syndrome, or some combination of mental maladies. That's kind of every day, isn't it? Yet we're just trying to get through our day and do what we have to do as we put on a brave face so as to either not worry about those around us or out of fear of being labeled as incapable. Oh. We have the duality here. This is a very Lynchian piece of art. But you know, this is the part. This is the part that matters. This part sucks. This part lingers. This part hangs over us. But as long as we keep our hands moving, we keep working on something, we keep growing, we keep doing anything. You get lost in that one project that you're like, I just can't make myself work on it. Fuck that project. Go do something else. Pick something else. Find something that you got some fire for, and man, just let it burn. That's a lovely piece of work, Bridget Wolf, and thank you for sharing the message. Here we have from POW Rogue, trying out some helmet designs while following Marco Plauf's workflow. So work has been going a lot slower than normal. Hope to get on weapons and posing next week. Ooh, I like the helmet. What does this remind me of? This reminds me of, not obviously, you know, Space Marines, but this reminds me of some helmet in particular that I can't quite put my finger on, with the sort of like snowplow shovel and the... That's it! Yes, Sumitha, thank you. It reminds me a lot of the N7 helmet. Yeah. It looks very N7 from Mass Effect. Bit of Doom guy? I could see that. It's the vent on top. The little, like, elongated vent. That's very much original Doom guy. Yeah, I can see that, Sumitha. It's a damn cool design. I love the concept of Space Marines that, for whatever reason, are fighting for the greater good. Or maybe the Tau got their hands on some gene seed or the technology necessary to make their own Space Marines. Whatever it is, I'm into it. I can only imagine that their power armor would be way fucking better than even the Primaris junk that Call keeps pumping out, because the Tau are just, you know, actually competent. They're able to make technology that doesn't eat your fucking soul sometimes. Yeah, that's a nice touch. It shows how you can reducing some of the chonk, like all the big crazy extra designs and like the big bands and everything on Space Marine armor really kind of cuts their profile down too. Cross between N7 and Doctor Who's Cyberman, I could see that. It's shiny, it has a fresh spring scent. Smells like cow shit. Here we have from Bahamut. This is a... What happened? What happened here? Are these just magnetized parts? Okay. I was like, oh my god, did it fall? No, these are magnetized components, it appears, for putting together our gigantic repulsor monstrosity. All laid out. It's a lot of magnets. Man, I can't get over my lingering resentments that all the Primaris stuff flies now. I just resent it too damn much. But nice job, particularly magnetizing the flight stand. That's tricky as hell. Magnets, man, how do they work? God, do you remember when that was the dumbest thing anybody had said? It seems like a million years ago. That's a lot of magnets. Why did I just hear a bellowing laugh from somewhere in Canada? Yeah, let's move past this before somebody summons Cyber Knight. Good lord. Really, really good work on that, though, Bahamut. Get some pictures of the various configurations. That's what's really going to be impressive. I can totally dig it. Here we have from the Cookie Monarch. My brain today. Water Mandala. Proud of this one because blue is my absolute favorite color, and I went with different tones than I usually do and tried to make it look like water. Owl made Stargate references, so there's that. Again, in Krita, 12 points, and tileable. I can see a Stargate reference with this, particularly with the sort of watery effect that it has going on. And I mean, the different points around the circle all coming together into the central wormhole. In fact, since you said Stargate, now that's all I can see. Why'd you have to go and do that? I like the patterned water effect, though. That's really cool. And tileable. Very nice. Very, very slick work, Cookie Mama. And thank you for sharing with us. Here we have from Dark Traveler. Oh, I didn't put together the Darkheart changed his name to Dark Traveler. I've been talking to him like he's a new person. I'm like, you've been watching me for how long? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, I got you, Dark Traveler. So many pretty colors. Time to paint a few trees to test the palette. Oh yeah, look at all those Rainy River Designs paints. A really damned impressive array at this point. Well, Sumathal, people say a lot of things. Do I read them all? Apparently not. It's just the nature of life, I guess. I say a lot of things. I don't even know what the fuck I say most of the time. Very nice. Well packaged. I do like the way you do the different lids, Kursala, for all the different types of paint, the overlays, the layers, the metallic, stuff like that. And folks, if you're curious about Rainy River Designs paint, make sure you hit !Rainy River in chat to get a link over there. You can also pick up some pretty shiny Thunderhead Studios merch while you're over there. Oh, I just said it. Thunderhead Studio merch while you're over there. That's the one. Mugs and hoodies and t-shirts, all kinds of pretty cool stuff. Here we have from Merlin Models, Double Beaky, Double Sneaky. Oh, that's so stupid. Oh. Okay. Pretty happy with the lenses on this helmet, but it's definitely weird to have a waist helmet as well. This head isn't glued either. It's a backup! Let me put it this way, Merlin, who may or may not still be here. He probably went to bed. He lives in the UK. It's late over there. The eye lenses are... Mwah! Look at those. They stand out so nicely against that white. But think about it this way. Clearly, Space Marines lose their helmets quite a lot based on the sheer number of commander models who not only don't have helmets on their head, but don't have helmets anywhere on them whatsoever. And how much of an asshole would you feel like if you lost your helmet and didn't have a backup? I mean, how much weight can it really add to the whole kit? It looks like he can spare it. It looks like maybe you went a little bluer on your feathers, which I think is a good move next to the black armor. Kayvon Shrike coming. I like this so much better than the helmetless head. I really do. Flight armor, Beaky makes perfect sense. Fuck the bullshit. It always makes sense. Beakies always make sense. Sumatha, always makes sense. If you are fighting someone who is primarily using projectile weapons, it makes much more sense to have angled armor on your face that will deflect weaponry away from your face than it is to put a big armored plate that's gonna absorb the impact and crush your fucking cheekbones in. I maintain that there is never an occasion where Beaky does not make sense. Also, they look awesome. Maybe I just have a particular affinity for the old Rogue Trader days. I suppose that's possible. Maybe I just love my Beakies. That's also possible. He even has a Beaky on his chest. Look at that. So many beaks. So little time. Yeah, the eyes are really what jump out at me, Steela. This is a lovely Kayvon Shrike, and Merlin Model should be fucking proud of his work on this. If the helmet gets damaged, why would they take the helmets off? Or if the helmet doesn't get... the Codex Astartes does not support this action. Here we have from White Wolf. It's Tuesday. That means tacos, right? Nah, screw tacos. No, you eat tacos, White Wolf. We've been over this. Here, have the special a sandwich shop on my route is currently making. Non-bread chicken. Bunch of other so tasty and delicious things. You can't just say a bunch of delicious things, White Wolf. White Wolf posting a picture of their 3D printer. Here is an itemized list of each and every component that I'm going to be putting into this thing, including cables and motherboards. White Wolf posting a picture of a fucking gunplay kit that they're making. Oh, here's the order that I assembled everything in, and here's all the parts that move, and this is the skeleton is built this way, and I did this thing with the thing. White Wolf posting a delicious sandwich. It's got chicken in it. Don't fucking tell me anything. God damn it. Alright. I'm seeing thin slices of cucumber. I'm seeing lettuce. I'm seeing thin sliced tomato. I'm seeing like a tzatziki sauce. So I'm gonna guess this is like a little bit of sort of a Middle Eastern or Greek thing. So you got like a vinegary, it looks like a vinegary tzatziki because it looks particularly watery, so it's probably less creamy. So I'm going to say that this is probably a kind of a piquant sandwich with a vinegary tang to it. Yeah, like a gyro with chicken. And naan rather than pita, which is something of an academic difference. I think it's mostly in how they're cooked. I'll tell you it looks delicious though. Absolutely delicious, White Wolf, and thank you for making me hungry before the end of my stream. Why does that keep happening? Here we have from Ion. I like the edge highlights on the bread, yeah? Really nice layering with the tzatziki and the lettuce, right? Here we have from Ion Raptor, a third Word of Blake Omni-Mech done for Operation Lancaster. This one's the Grigori. Now to figure out how to print it. How to print Grigori. He is cheeky-breaky. Da? God, just like one whole half of his body is nothing but missile launchers. This is the point at which I wonder, would a sensible engineer have bothered putting this missile launcher on the end of an articulated arm, or would you just staple it to the side of the other launcher? Like, what tactical benefit is there to this rotating armature between these two missile launchers? It's because mechs have arms. But the same engineer who made a tank stand up. You know, Kaylee, I can't actually argue with that. That makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah, just build a bigger launcher. There you go. He's a mean looking sumbitch though. Look at that knife coming down under the arm. I love the design of this arm. This looks so cool. And I have a bit of an affinity for a big cannon over the left shoulder. Might have something to do with my favorite mech in the damn world. As always, Ion Raptor, this is some very slick work. Ironically, quite blocky and sharp, and not like slick in that sense at all. But as far as Wabi Omni-Mechs go, I got no complaints. I love all the vents on the back too. Surprisingly dangerous in the specs of Op Land. I would hope so. Wabi Mechs should be pretty dangerous. I like how this arm is put together. It's like the Thor, but with a much better shoulder joint. Lovely. Lovely work, Ion Raptor. Vasily Gil, thank you so much for follow. Welcome to stream. Here we have from Fade Rat. Work in progress. Added the Hero Forge model screenshot for comparison. Got a little carried away with the wash, so he just looks dirty. I don't think it printed the finer details like the folds on the coat. When I tried to highlight the folds by dry brushing, it just covered the whole thing. Comments and criticisms appreciated. The folds on the coat are very, very fine. They show up easily in the rendering engine for Hero Forge, obviously, but they do seem to be very, very fine. I would ask what you're dry brushing with, Fade Rat. Are you using soft makeup brushes? Because that is definitely the best way to go. All in all, I like the color palette, and I think you've actually nailed most of the details pretty well. Some of this looks like a good opportunity for edge highlight practice, like in particular these kind of chunky collars. I would paint what you've done here in more of a dark gray. And then I would come in with a very fine brush, and I would using the edge of the brush, not using the tip of the brush, but using the edge, is come along and just drag that white very subtly along these raised bits, which will give you more of this look, because you see what differentiates these two pieces, since they're both warm, is this dark line, and you're going to get that by painting this dark gray and then very gently doing an edge highlight along these parts. I would say same thing for this. I would paint this a very, very dark gray, and then I would come in here and just do edge highlights. And that would really help the detail stand out. As it is, I think the wash did a pretty good job. And there's the other thing you could do is sort of a pin wash. Consider using something like a Flow Aid. You can buy bottles of Flow Aid from like most craft stores, like Liquitex has a Flow Aid. It breaks the surface tension of whatever you put it in. So if you take a good dark wash and you put a drop of Flow Aid in there, it's going to flow much more easily away from flats and much, much deeper into crevices, or crevasses, if you will, which will give you more of the look that we have on the render over here. I think you could be pretty aggressive with the dry brush if you did all the blue first and did your dry brushing, and then once the blue was done, then came back in to do all the other details, but you know, it's tricky that way. Glaze medium is nice too. Yeah, Stila has a point there. Use Flow Aid on the paint, but not the wash. Yeah. Do it on the wash. Flow Aid on the wash is absolutely going to help with that effect. Painting bootlaces, that's always tricky. And again, some of these details are real fine. If you want them to look like this, you may just kind of have to freehand suggest them more than anything else. The flight stand was from Magnet. Oh, I didn't realize there's a Magnet guy making flight stands out there. Well, God bless that wonderful man. I would say you could probably afford to go a little bit darker, too. Like, I know you want this kind of red color, but if you look at the base for the render, this is a dark brown. It's a dark brown, and then again, edge highlight with that with what you have as your primary color here. You're looking for that contrast. I feel like that's always what I'm saying when I'm giving paint critique on this channel. I'm always like contrast, 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 but it is what you really need to get these pieces popping out. You can't be afraid of it. You can't be afraid of having a really dark color next to a really light color. I know it can look funny when it's right up in your face like this, when it's not blended perfectly, but always, always, always while you're painting, remember to take your mini and hold it at arm's length, because that's where you're going to be seeing it most of the time, and that's where it needs to look good, Fade Rat. I hope that that's somewhat helpful. I would also, the same thing, I would go with a much darker base for the hair. It's tempting when you're painting blonde to go right to yellow, but I'm talking go real dark brown and then build it up to the yellow. Particularly with it looks like the hair is well textured. That's another good opportunity to just get good practice using the edge of your brush to put detail down on raised bits. Very cool print though, and honestly, this is how to improve the paint job, because honestly, this is a pretty solid paint job right here. I can tell what everything is. And man, he is he's a classy looking guy. Is that a wand he has in his hand? Oof, Avada Kedavra, am I right? Well, thank you for sharing, Fade Rat. I hope that's helpful. Here we have from Automat Americana, with the final part I need measurements to finish. With the final part I need measurements from to finish up my Cloud 10, namely the flight stand. I'm starting in on something new. Still a Battletech Mini, but like the Thorntail, good news hopefully incoming on that one, this one is to represent a custom TRO of mine. Feel free to guess what weirdness I made Mega Mech Lab vomit forth. I've seen what Mega Mech Lab can do, and I dare not make guesses. Or, if you like, or don't, it's all good. Yeah, it could be literally anything. And it won't let me edit in a second picture, so I'm going to post it below, having spent my volts onto this just in. No problem, Automat. It looks like a Rolls Royce. Doesn't it? Am I crazy? It looks like a Rolls Royce Pinewood Derby car. Am I the only one getting that? Like a Rolls Royce Phantom or something. You know, you'd have to drop this back into a trunk, obviously, but the front of it definitely has that profile. Yeah, like 1930s. I'm definitely getting that. The long-ass car from the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, which I think was supposed to be a Rolls, to be fair, but I don't really remember. Well, I'm interested, Automat. Definitely gonna leave me guessing. Didn't see that, but I'm not wrong. Ha 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 ha. See, it's important to get new eyes on it. Here we have from Sumitha. Been a little while since I posted any plug works. Figured I might as well. In this case, it's actually a bit of a sneak preview for a Tex Talks Battletech video that hasn't even started being made yet. I nicknamed this Just Charger Things, complete with the Van Zant crest on the Charger's thigh, as it curb stomps the ever-living shit out of this poor misguided assassin. I got this one commissioned because I thought for sure my last wave of plug art would be too late for Texas Warhammer Battle Mech video. Looks like that wasn't an issue, but oh well. Creators get stuck up. Not stuck up. That's the wrong phrase. Get jammed up, get held up. You know what I mean. Takes time. Take time, make word good content. Positive. Backed up. Thank you. Delays happen. All these are better phrases than what I said. As Plog himself put it, we all know it's a bad machine. It knows it's a bad machine, but those few times when it works, somehow it makes up for it. I love the Charger. I haven't, Sumitha. I'm a bad person. Oh, this is a fucking mess, isn't it? Yeah, he's really leaning back to get that leg up into kicking position, and this poor assassin is rocketing backwards off of his feet. He is having a bad fucking day. The Charger is so damn heavy, though. Once he gets that kick going, there ain't gonna be much stopping it. I love the armpit detail down here with the extra supporting pistons that Plug put in. This makes the shoulder joint very, very believable to me. I love the Charger. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's such a piece of shit mech. But hey, my favorite mech in my current run of HBS Battletech is a Charger. I call it the Punchbot 9000. I've removed everything from it, put nothing but plus melee damage, like arm mods in it, cranked up the armor, made it as fast as I could. It just runs in and punches shit to death. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. Yeah, this assassin's having a bad. His whole cockpit's going up. Like, this pilot is already dead. He is actively being annihilated right here by the bottom of his foot. He's trying to get a shot off, but it clearly went wide. I like how there's this tree over here, which you can see is also having a bad day. It's like, Jesus Christ! What is happening? What hath science wrought? Ooh. Action-packed. No, you should be. It is indeed a very pleasing image, Sumitha. That's fucking awesome. Here we have from... Oh, the assassins... Yeah, I guess... Can't really see it over here. Is it somewhere in the distance? It's having a bad day one way or the other. This leg's still attached, though. That's good. It could get up and... I don't think it'll be getting up. Here we have from Kursala. Got inspired by a few models I saw in the Art Society the other day. They were orange highlights over orange-brown base and figured I could do one too. So here's the brown base. Rainy River Designs, alluvial soil with a bit of Rainy River Designs Burning Skull blended in. With off-white highlights, RRD Burning Skull yet again. I do like Burning Skull. It's one of my favorite colors you've made. And I'll be slathering an orange glaze Rainy River Designs Fire Opal over the whole thing. Ooh. Got kind of a face to him, doesn't he? You got an eye here, you got an eye here, you got like brow, nostrils, maybe some buck teeth. You got like a face to him. That's not the most flattering sound to make when I'm trying to make. I can't make myself have buck teeth. Oh, the foot's by the Charger's left arm. I'll go look again. Put a lot of faces in there, huh? Oh, now I'm gonna have to hunt them out. Interesting shapes to the whole thing. Would you link what inspired this? Because it's definitely a unique paint job, and I'm curious to see what happens when the orange goes down. Very cool, and good brush control on that Kursala. Following up from Automata Maracana. Used this just in, but wouldn't let me edit the picture, so screw it. Sorry for the repost. Somebody already replied to my first, and I feel like a dick if I deleted it. Don't worry about it. It looks even more like a Rolls Royce now. Holy crap. What is it gonna be? Is this a military vehicle? It looks very civilian to me. But I could be mistaken. I'm curious, Automat. I'm very curious. So this is his gun arm. Oh, there's his leg. Oh, I see it now. It's right here, his foot. Yeah, it's flying off in that direction. Okay, I got it. Yeah, please do, Kursala. Here we have from Dark Traveler. Nothing to see here, just some trees in progress. Airbrushed in the first one. Ooh, those are coming together nice, aren't they? Good bold color choices, nice transitions from brown to green to that sort of pale warm white that you have on the faces. Good use of blues. Excellent, nice poppin' reds. Love the yellow leaves. There's so much right about these. There's so many good choices made. I've said it once, I'll say it 1,000 times. It's much more important that you make good choices when you start picking your colors than it is that you do every little detail. And this is a series of excellent choices. The yellows to the reds to the blues. It's all very interesting. It's all composed very interestingly. Particularly the yellow leaves really, really pop in the blue blades. And the long, white, kind of cool white hair going from the warmth of the body out into the blue at the end of the strands of hair. Lovely. Yeah, the range is fantastic. It's a great color palette, well realized. Please, 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 Dark Traveler, as you are now known, please share more progress on those as you go. Oh, from Stila Rebel. I've never been posting here because I never know whether I'll be around for it, but the appeal of making Thunderhead say stuff like, I will not is becoming too great. Tried out the Green Stuff World Fluoro Pigments on this big bad boy. Was astonished at how opaque they are. Recommend. You can't make me do anything. Not a damn thing. I'm Ron Burgundy? So I've been looking at this one on Instagram, and it's fucking gorgeous. It's fucking gorgeous. Oh my god, Stila. Oh, guys, if you're not following Stila on Instagram, you gotta go check out her gallery. There's so much more to see here than I can really get across. It's the blue. God, the blue on the horns and the whip is so fucking luscious, and then the violets and the purples and the wings with the orange glow OSL on just the bottom-facing surfaces. It's like, oh my god. And this is something I was trying to get across to Yi. How when you're doing a glow like this, when you're doing such a vibrant glow, such a like heat glow, it's almost like the color is important. The yellows and the reds and the oranges, these are all important. But would you agree, Stila, that almost more important than that to really, really push this is, I note that there isn't much detail on the head of the axe. The head of the axe is almost entirely in shadow, and thus there isn't, there are little bits. There's little bits, you got a little bit of red here, you know, a couple blue highlights, but mostly this is in shadow because there's light glowing past it. And your eye will see the glow, and everything that is not actively glowing is just going to turn very dark. Would actually have pushed it more after looking at it. I mean, because it's the same thing that we have here. The glow is pushing outward, and the skin is just this dark cinder. Oh man, oh man, oh man. One day, chat. Mark my words. I'll be as cool as Stila. Not this day. But one day, and soon. And then maybe Senpai Wappa will notice me too. But until that day, I just paint my funny little knights and I oil up my toothless militiamen. I want a Stila piece. I wanted Stila. I wanted that the lusty Argonian maid that you painted a long time ago that you used to use to taunt me on the stream. But before I thought to ask, it went to someone else. I'm gonna have to pick another Stila original to get my hands on. I want one on my shelf. I do. Oh, thank you so much for that Wombat combat. I was curious. Small thing, but it's interesting how the chain whip almost seems to transform into the tail in the left image. I know it's not intentional, but would you... Yeah, I had to look at it twice, because it definitely loops around and starts to blend into where the leg moves into the tail a little bit there, which is kind of interesting. And comes around, and because it disappears behind the thigh, whoop, and then it seems like it comes back around, doesn't it? If the whip were also glowing with internal fire, I would think that's what was happening. I would think that this was the end of it. It is interesting, though, how the sculptor continue this exact flow vroom, all the way through. Very interesting. We should. We should, Stila. I can't disagree. But what a way to close out a Storm Report, and what a way to close out a stream. Man, oh man, oh man. Stila, I'm so glad that you posted something. And yeah, it's true. You don't post in the Storm Report very often, but man, when you do you ever make a splash? Holy damn. That's so wonderful to have you here, Stila Rebel. Stila is one of the painters who really inspired me to start painting with oils, and as I do more and more of it, I enjoy it more. I'm still very much learning, still very experimental, but I'm having fun with it, and I'm getting better at it, I think, each time I do it. Showered at light speed to make it back. The drops didn't even touch her. It's crazy. Alright, let's see. Let's see who's doing what tonight. Let's figure out who we're going to toss a raid at. Folks, I know a lot of you might be turning in for the night, but if you feel like sticking around for just a minute to go with the raid, I usually try to put you into a chat for someone who I think that you'll really quite like. Let's see, who's going? Goblin Welder. Ooh, Goblin Welder's painting some clones, it looks like. Let's have a look real quick. I should set this scene up so that I can show you guys what I'm seeing when I'm looking at these other streams. I should do that. I realize that now, in the moment that it's too late to actually do it. Ooh. Those are actually some really good-looking clones. Okay. Yeah. Doing some Phase 1 clones for Star Wars Legion, and they're actually looking really nice. Let's go ahead and head over there. We haven't raided Goblin Welder. Bing, bang, boom. Let's get that started. Folks, again, if you feel like sticking around for just a minute, check out the stream we're raiding into. You don't necessarily have to stick around. I mean, obviously you don't. How could I possibly make you? But if you like what you see, consider dropping a follow. Consider popping into the next stream. Discoverability is shit on Twitch, so we painters really try to do what we can to kind of spread the knowledge of new and talented painters as well as we can, and raids are one of the best tools we have to do that. Folks, we are going to be back Thursday the 10th. I'm going to be working on Harlan Sec. I should have showed him to you earlier. I got Harlan Sec, the curator here. He's a really fucking cool model. I'll post some pictures on the Discord. We're going to be painting him in acrylics, I think, because... damn it. Painting in acrylics after all this time. What have I come to? But I've started doing all of my Warcaster figures in acrylic, so I feel like I gotta continue. I can't mix medium. That's crazy. And then Sunday the 13th, we'll be back to doing our Household Nights, and I think probably next Tuesday the 15th, we'll be doing Household Nights in oil again. The same guys we're working on tonight. I want to get them done, and I think we're just gonna do like one of these per stream until we're fucking done with them, and then we'll be back into doing some more acrylic work. Oh, thank you guys. Honestly, this has been a fantastic stream. Thank you for joining me. Thank you to my amazing mod team. Thank you to each and every one of you who posted to the Storm Report. I gotta get going, so until next time, keep on painting.